And what we tried to do at our convention was to lift up people who are solving problems, people who get up every day and say, what can I do to get ahead and help somebody else get ahead? I was very proud of that, because that's what will bring us to the point where we start growing the economy, get our country back together. Haters don't build, haters tear down. And at some point, we have a big decision to make. I understand that there are lots of people in our country who really are disappointed, fearful, even angry. I get that. That Great Recession was a terrible experience. 9 million Americans lost their jobs. I bet you all know somebody. 5 million homes were lost. $13 trillion in family wealth wiped out. It was terrible. And I know the people are worried about whether they and their kids can have the kind of future that we expect here in America. I'm here to tell you, yes, we can and we will. And you know why? Because we are stronger together, lifting each other up, having each other's back, working to create new jobs and opportunities. So let's go forward here in St. Pete, and let's win in November, and then let's go and build the future we want. Thank you, and God bless you.
Right, guys, you just caught the tail end of Hillary Clinton in St. Petersburg. We are going to clip that for you so you can watch it in full a little bit later on today. And it looks like they've already cut out of the feed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and show you a live look at New York City. It's quite lovely, isn't it? And speaking of New York City, we're going to go ahead and replay for you a Donald Trump event from this morning in case you missed it. The Detroit Economic Club holding an event this morning.
But the outcomes of their life's work are strikingly similar. One has spent his extraordinary business career in the private sector, creating tens of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars of value. The other has excelled in the public sector, also creating jobs while lowering taxes and extending educational opportunities for our most vulnerable citizens. Globe, and the other has made his mark in the historic Capitol buildings of Washington and the great state of Indiana. One speaks his mind with a level of, shall we say, directness rarely experienced in public life. The other is reserved and soft-spoken. One has unapologetically addressed the most pressing issues of our time. The other has been one of our country's most unflinching voices of conservative values. But for all their differences, Donald Trump and Mike Pence have very much in common. Both have wonderful families and a deep sense of gratitude for the opportunities that their nations have given them. Both came to this next great challenge in their lives as outsiders, disruptors, rejecting the status quo. And both promise much-needed change in a dysfunctional Washington at a time when 7 out of 10 Americans feel our country is going in the wrong direction. Both speak with clarity and conviction about immigration, terrorism, and the disastrous effects of an overreaching government that has burdened both large and small companies here in Michigan and across the country with layers of job-killing regulations. Governor Mike Pence was born and raised in the Hoosier State. He entered private law practice after graduating from the University of Indiana Law School in 1986. He served 6 terms in the House of Representatives before being elected governor of his home state in 2013. Since taking office, he has passed the largest tax cut in Indiana's history, attracting new investment and jobs while expanding school choice and investing in roads and bridges. He's worked with the Indiana General Assembly to balance the budget without gimmicks, generating surplus and maintaining Indiana's AAA credit rating. He is demonstrating to the world that fiscal responsibility, smaller government, and common sense tax reform can make government work again. In bold contrast to Washington's gridlock, they are proving that once struggling states can be made great again. Governor Mike Pence.
Thank you all. Thank you, John. Members of the board, members of the reception committee of the Detroit Economic Club, I'm grateful for that warm welcome. It was just a few short weeks ago, as a fellow Midwesterner, as a governor from the state just south of here, that I was humbled to accept the Republican nomination to run and serve as Vice President of the United States of America. In the midst of the weakest economic recovery since the Great Recession, today at this historic forum, the Republican nominee for President of the United States will do what so many American leaders have done before at this very podium. Simply put, today you will hear your keynote speaker outline a vision, a new economic vision to make America great again. And it's an honor for me to introduce him, a man who I've just gotten to know personally over the last couple of months, but we've become fast friends. He seems like someone I've known all my life, quite frankly. You know, like so many other American entrepreneurs throughout our history, Donald Trump is a dreamer. He's a builder. He's a driver. And he is a man who speaks his mind. But he's also a man, I would say, what's so refreshing about Donald Trump and what explains the connection that he's literally made to millions of Americans is because even as he has built skyscrapers to the sky, to the summits of our largest cities, he's never forgotten the men and women who work with their hands, who grow our food, who build our roads, who tend our sick, who protect our families. In a very real sense, he has been a builder who has built alongside the men and women who have done the work. And to see him far off the campaign trail, to see him among the people that have worked with him and for him for years, you see that connection. The ground is level around Donald Trump, and he's the kind of leader that's continuously asking questions of everyone at every level in his organizations. It's truly inspiring to watch him work. Now, he's quite a contrast from the other party's nominee. You know, they tell us this economy is the best that we can do, and the American people know it's a little bit different than that. The last quarter's GDP report, 1.2% growth, the slowest since 1949. It's extraordinary to think the participation rate in labor in America is the lowest since the 1970s. And probably most heartbreaking of all, the number of Americans living in poverty has increased by nearly 7 million over the last 7.5 years. You know, the American people know it's nowhere near the best we can do. It's just the best they can do. And Donald Trump is going to lead this nation back to a dynamic and growing economy that works for all of our people. Today, Donald Trump will outline an economic vision that will unleash the boundless potential of the American people and the American economy by empowering working families, businesses large and small, and entrepreneurs to hire, to invest, to build, and to grow, and to produce here in America again. So let me say, it is truly a privilege, but it is also a high honor for me to introduce to you a man who I believe will make America great again and will be the next President of the United States of America, your Speaker, Donald Trump.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Such a crowd. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Thank you for the invitation to speak to you today. It's wonderful to be in Detroit. Been here many times. We now begin a great national conversation about economic renewal for America. It's a conversation about how to make America great again for everyone, especially, and I say especially, for those who have the very least. The city of Detroit is where our story begins. Detroit was once the economic envy of the world. The people of Detroit helped to power America to its position of global dominance in the 20th century. Thank you. Thank you very much. When we were governed by the America First policy, Detroit was absolutely booming. Engineers, builders, laborers, shippers, and countless others went to work each day, provided for their families, and lived out, totally lived out, the American dream. But for many living in this city, that dream has long ago vanished. When we abandoned the policy of America First, we started rebuilding other countries instead of our own. The skyscrapers went up in Beijing and many other cities around the world, while the factories and neighborhoods crumbled right here in Detroit. Our roads and bridges fell into disrepair, yet we found the money to resettle millions of refugees at taxpayer expense. Today, Detroit has per capita income of under $15,000, about half of the national average. 40% of the city's residents live in poverty, over 2.5 times the national average. The unemployment rate is more than twice the national average. Half of all Detroit residents do not work. Detroit tops the list of the most dangerous cities in terms of violent crime. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Detroit tops the list of most dangerous cities in terms of violent crime. These are silenced victims whose stories are never told by Hillary Clinton, but victims whose suffering is no less real or permanent. In short, the city of Detroit is the living, breathing example of my opponent's failed economic agenda. Every policy that has failed this city and so many others is a policy supported by Hillary Clinton. She supports the high taxes and radical regulation that force jobs out of your community, and the crime policies have made you far, far less safe, and the immigration policies that have strained local budgets, and the trade deals like NAFTA, signed by her husband, that have shipped your jobs to Mexico and other countries. And she supports the education policies that deny your students choice, freedom, and opportunity. She is the candidate of the past. Ours is the campaign of the future. This is a city controlled by Democratic politicians at every level. And unless we change policies, we will not change results 100%. Today, I will outline my economic vision. In the coming weeks, we will be offering more detail on all of these policies and the ones we have already rolled out. Thank you, everybody. This is what happens when you go from 35 people to close to 2,000 people, I guess. In the coming weeks, we will be offering more detail on all of these policies, and the ones we've already rolled out can be viewed on my campaign website. Our opposition, on the other hand, has long ago run out of ideas. All Hillary Clinton has to offer is more of the same: more taxes, more regulations, more bureaucrats, more restrictions on American energy and on American production. More of that. If you were a foreign power looking to weaken America, you couldn't do better than Hillary Clinton's economic agenda. Nothing would make our foreign adversaries happier than for our country to tax and regulate our companies and our jobs right out of existence. The one common feature of every Hillary Clinton idea is that it punishes you for working and doing business in the United States. Every policy she has tilts the playing field towards other countries at our expense. And that's why she tries to distract us with tired political rhetoric that seeks to label us, divide us, and pull us apart. My campaign is about reaching out to everyone as Americans and returning to a government that puts the American people first. Thank you. Thank you. Here is what an America First economic plan looks like. First, let's talk tax reform. Taxes are one of the biggest differences in this race. Hillary Clinton, who has spent her career voting for tax increases, plans another massive job-killing $1.3 trillion tax increase. Big increase, one of the biggest ever. Her plan would tax many small businesses by almost 50%. Recently, at a campaign event, Hillary Clinton short-circuited, you know this, you've heard this one. Hillary Clinton short-circuited again, to use a now famous term, when she accidentally told the truth and said that she wanted to raise taxes on the middle class. I am proposing an across-the-board income tax reduction, especially for middle-income Americans. This will lead to millions of new and really good-paying jobs. The rich will pay their fair share, but no one will pay so much that it destroys jobs or undermines our ability as a nation to compete. As part of this reform, we will eliminate the carried interest deduction. Thank you. As part of this reform, we will eliminate the carried interest deduction, well-known deduction, and other special interest loopholes that have been so good for Wall Street investors and for people like me, but unfair to American workers. Tax simplification will be a major feature of the plan. Our current tax code is so burdensome and so complex that we waste 9 billion hours a year in tax code compliance. My plan will reduce the current number of brackets from 7 to 3 and dramatically streamline the process. We will work with House Republicans on this plan using the same brackets they have proposed, 12%, 25%, and 33%. For many American workers, their tax rate will be 0. While we will develop our own set of assumptions and policies, agreeing in some areas but not in all or in others, we will be focused on the same shared goals and guided by the same shared principles: jobs, growth, and opportunity. These reforms will offer the biggest tax revolution since the Reagan tax reform, which unleashed years of continued economic growth and job creation. We will make America grow again. In the days ahead, we will provide more details on this plan and how it will help you, and most importantly, your family. It will present a night and day contrast to the job-killing, tax-raising, poverty-inducing Obama-Clinton agenda. So important, the state of New York has already lived through Hillary Hillary Clinton's failed leadership. The Washington Post just published today a devastating article on Hillary Clinton's broken promises. She pledged 200,000 jobs for upstate New York when she was a senator. But what happened? What happened? The Washington Post writes, and I quote, "Upstate job growth stagnated overall during her tenure, with manufacturing jobs plunging, record-setting levels, plunging nearly 25%. The former First Lady was totally unable to pass big-ticket legislation. Many promised jobs. They were all promised. I remember it so well. Vote for Hillary, she'll bring back your jobs. Many promised jobs never materialized, and others migrated to other states. She turned her first presidential run, which also was a disaster. Thank you. Thank you. Data shows that upstate actually lost jobs, a lot of them, during Clinton's first term. In other words, she was all talk, no action. Upstate New York is a disaster. It's a disaster. What's happened to upstate New York. And NAFTA, which her husband signed, is a very, very big reason. Compare that to my record. In a recent New York Post article by Steve Quazzo, How Donald Trump Helped Save New York City, the paper writes that and this is a direct quote, in other words, it's not from me. Thank you. Thank you. It's all very well planned out, every couple. And this is a direct quote that basically Donald Trump waded into a landscape of empty Fifth Avenue storefronts, the Dust Bowl, mugging ground that was Central Park, so dangerous, and a Wall Street area seemingly on its last legs as companies moved out. Then, almost by sheer force of will, he rode to the rescue. Expressing rare faith in the future, he was instrumental in kickstarting the regeneration of neighborhoods and landmarks almost given up on for dead. True, I have to say. I didn't say it. They say it. It's true. This is what I want to do. You all remember New York City was a disaster. We made it great. We made it great. This is what I want to do. Thank you. This is what I want to do for our country. I want to jumpstart America, and it can be done, and it won't even be that hard. Now let's look at what the Obama-Clinton policies have done nationally. Their policies produced 1.2% growth, the weakest so-called recovery since the Great Depression. It's been written about all over. It's a disaster. And a doubling of the national debt during the Obama years. There are now 94.3 million Americans outside of the labor force. It was 80.5 million when President Obama took office, an increase of 14 million people. The Obama-Clinton agenda of tax, spend, and regulate has created a silent nation of jobless Americans. Home ownership is at its lowest rate in 51 years. Thank you very much. Thank you. I will say the Bernie Sanders people had far more energy and spirit. I will say that. Nearly 12 million people have been added to the food stamp, and these people are growing, and it's growing so rapidly since President Obama took office. Another nearly 7 million people, great Americans, are right now living in poverty. Poverty. We have the lowest labor force participation rates in 4 decades. 58% of the African American youth are either outside of the labor force or not employed. 1 in 5 American households do not have a single member in the labor force, not a single member of a household. These are the real unemployment numbers. The 5% figure is one of the biggest hoaxes in American modern politics. Meanwhile, American households are earning more than $4,000, think of that, $4,000 less today than they were 16 years ago. The average worker today pays 31.5% of their wages to income and payroll taxes. On top of that, state and local taxes consume another 10%. Very grim picture. The United States also has the highest business tax rate among the major industrialized nations of the world at 35%. It's almost 40%. It's almost 40% when you add in taxes at the state level, and in many cases and many states, it's much higher than that. In other words, we punish companies for making products in America, but let them ship products into the United States tax-free if they move overseas. This, ladies and gentlemen, is backwards. This is backwards. All of our policies should be geared toward keeping jobs and wealth inside of the United States. Under my plan, no American company will pay more than 15% of their business income in taxes. In other words, we're reducing your taxes from 35% to 15%. Thank you. Thank you. Small businesses will benefit the most from this plan. Hillary Clinton's plan will require small business to pay as much as 3 times more in taxes than what I'm proposing. And her owner's regulations will put them totally out of business, and you won't be able to start. You cannot ever start a small business under the tremendous regulatory burden that you have today in our country. I'm going to end it. I am going to cut regulations massively. Massively. Our lower business tax will also end job-killing corporate inversions and cause trillions in new dollars and wealth to come pouring into our country. And, by the way, into cities like right here in Detroit. To help unleash this new job creation, we will allow businesses to immediately expense new business investments. No one will gain more from these proposals than low and middle income Americans. My plan will also help reduce the cost of child care by allowing parents to fully deduct the average cost of child care spending from their taxes. We are also going to bring back trillions of dollars from American businesses that are now parked overseas. They can't bring their money back into our country. Our plan will bring that cash home, applying only a 10% tax. This money will be reinvested in states like Michigan, which are having serious problems. Finally, no family will have to pay the death tax. American workers have paid taxes their whole lives, and they should not be taxed again at death. It's just plain wrong, and most people agree with that. We will repeal it. Next comes regulatory reform. As with taxes, I will have one overriding goal when it comes to regulation. I want jobs and I want wealth to stay in America. Motor vehicle manufacturing is one of the most heavily regulated industries in the country and even in the world. The U.S. economy today is 25% smaller than it would have been without the surge of regulations since 1980. It is estimated that current overregulation is costing our economy as much as $2 trillion a year. That's money taken straight out of cities like Detroit. So many of our cities are suffering so gravely, right out of Detroit and others. The Federal Register is now over 80,000 pages long. As the Wall Street Journal noted, President Obama has issued close to 400 new major regulations since taking office, each with a cost to the American economy of $100 million or more. In 2015 alone, the Obama administration unilaterally issued more than 2,000 new regulations, each a hidden tax on American consumers and a massive lead weight on the American economy. It is time to remove the anchor dragging us down, and that's what it's doing. It's dragging us down. Upon taking office, I will issue a temporary moratorium on new agency regulations. My running mate, Mike Pence, and by the way, a great guy, signed a similar order when it came and became, and when he worked so hard in Indiana as its governor. This will give our American companies the certainty they need to reinvest in our community, get cash off of the sidelines, start hiring new jobs, and expanding their businesses. So important. That's what it's about. I will also immediately cancel all illegal and overreaching executive orders. Next, I will ask each and every federal agency to prepare a list of all of the regulations they impose on Americans which are not necessary, do not improve public safety, and which needlessly kill many, many jobs. Those regulations will be eliminated quickly. We are in a competition with the world, and I want America to win. We don't win anymore, but when I am president, we will start winning again, big league. One of the most important reforms of all is trade reform. As Bernie Sanders has said, Hillary Clinton has bad judgment. I've said it many times. We've seen this bad judgment overseas in Libya, Iraq, and Syria. We've seen it in Iran. We've seen it from President Obama when he gives $150 billion to Iran, the #1 terrorist state, and even gives them $400 million in money laundered cash as a ransom payment. But we've also seen the terrible Obama-Clinton judgment right here for everybody to see in Detroit. Hillary Clinton has supported the trade deals stripping this city and this country of its jobs and its wealth. She supported Bill Clinton's NAFTA. She supported China's entrance into the World Trade Organization. She supported job-killing trade deal, and that was a really bad one with South Korea. And she supports the Trans-Pacific Partnership, not now, but very soon if she wins, and we can't let her win, because that will be a disaster for Detroit and everybody else. Let's talk about South Korea for a moment, because it's perfectly, and it just perfectly illustrates the broken promises that have hurt so many American workers. President Obama and the usual so-called experts who've been wrong about every trade deal for decades predicted that the trade deal with South Korea would increase our exports to South Korea by more than $10 billion, resulting in some 70,000 jobs. Like Hillary Clinton's broken promises to New York, these pledges all turned out to be false. Instead of creating 70,000 jobs, it has killed nearly 100,000 jobs, according to the Economic Policy Institute. Our exports to South Korea haven't increased at all, but their imports to us have surged more than $15 billion, more than doubling our trade deficit with that country. What else is new? It's happening with everyone. The next betrayal will be the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Hillary Clinton's closest friend, Terry McAuliffe, confirmed what I've been saying, and this is from the beginning. If sent to the Oval Office, Hillary Clinton will enact the TPP, as sure as you're sitting there. Her donors will make sure of it. A vote for Hillary Clinton is a vote for TPP, and it's also a vote for NAFTA. Our annual trade deficit in goods with Mexico has risen from close to zero, think of that, close to zero in 1993 to almost $60 billion today. Our total trade deficit in goods hit nearly $800 billion last year. Total trade deficit, almost $800 billion. This is a strike at the heart of Michigan and our nation as a whole. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, before NAFTA went into effect, there were 285,000 auto workers in Michigan. Today, that number is only 160,000 auto workers. Detroit is still waiting for Hillary Clinton's apology. She has been a disaster. Obama has been a disaster. I expect Detroit will get that apology right around the same time Hillary Clinton turns over the 33,000 emails she deleted. Hillary Clinton's Trans-Pacific Partnership will be an even bigger disaster for the auto industry, believe me, even bigger and even worse than NAFTA. In fact, Ford Motor Company has announced its opposition to the deal. According to the Economic Policy Institute, the U.S. trade deficit with the proposed TPP member, all of the member countries, has cost over 1 million manufacturing jobs in the year 2015, 1 million jobs. By far, the biggest losses occurred in motor vehicles and parts, which lost nearly 740,000 manufacturing jobs. What are we doing? Michigan ranks first for jobs lost as a share of state workforce due to the trade deficit with TPP members. Just imagine how many more automobile jobs will be lost if the TPP is actually approved. It will be catastrophic. That's why I have announced we will withdraw from the deal before that can ever, ever, ever happen. Hillary Clinton will never withdraw from TPP. She is bought, controlled, and paid for by her donors and special interests, 100%. Because my only interest is the American people, I have previously laid out a detailed 7-point plan for trade reform available on my website. It includes strong protections against currency manipulation, big problem, tariffs against any countries that cheat by unfairly subsidizing their goods, and it includes a total renegotiation of NAFTA, which is a disaster for our country, a total renegotiation. And if we don't get a better deal, we will walk away. At the center of my plan is trade enforcement with China. This alone could return millions of jobs into our country. China is responsible for nearly half of our entire trade deficit. They break the rules in every way imaginable, including militarily. China engages in illegal export, subsidies, prohibited currency manipulation, and rampant theft of intellectual property. It's rampant. It's out of control. They also have no real environmental or labor protections, further undercutting American workers, totally undercutting our workers. Just enforcing intellectual property rules alone could save millions and millions of American jobs. According to the U.S. International Trade Commission, improved protection of America's intellectual property in China would produce more than 2 million more jobs right here, right now in the United States. Add that to the saved jobs from cracking down on currency cheating and product dumping, and we will bring trillions of dollars in new wealth and wages back to our country, the United States of America. Thank you. So simple. So simple. Trade has big benefits. Thank you. Trade has big benefits, and I am in favor, totally in favor of trade. But I want trade deals for our country that create more jobs and higher wages for American workers. Isolation is not an option. Thank you. Thank you. Isolation is not an option. Only great and well-crafted trade deals where we as a country for once benefit instead of being taken advantage of, we are going to benefit and our workers are going to benefit, or we're not going to make those deals. Also critical to our economic renewal will be energy reform. The Obama-Clinton administration has blocked and destroyed millions of jobs through their anti-energy regulations, while raising the price of electricity for both families and businesses. As a result of recent Obama EPA actions, coal-fired plants across Michigan have either shut down entirely or undergone expensive conversions, making them non-competitive in many cases. The Obama-Clinton war on coal has cost Michigan over 50,000 jobs. Hillary Clinton says her plan will put a lot of coal companies and coal miners out of business. We will put our coal miners and our steel workers back to work where they want to be. Clinton not only embraces President Obama's job-killing energy restrictions, but wants to expand them, including going after oil and natural gas production that employs some 10 million Americans. According to the Heritage Foundation, by 2030, think of that, 2030, the Obama-Clinton energy restrictions will eliminate another 500,000 manufacturing jobs, reduce economic output by $2.5 trillion, and reduce incomes by $7,000 per person. A Trump administration will end this war on the American worker and unleash an energy revolution that will bring vast new wealth to our country. According to the Institute for Energy Research, lifting the restrictions on all sources of American energy will do the following: increase GDP by more than $100 billion annually, add over 500,000 new jobs annually, and increase annual wages by more than $30 billion over the next 7 years. Additionally, it'll increase federal, state, and local tax revenue by almost $6 trillion over 4 decades, increase total economic activity by more than $20 trillion over the next 40 years. The reforms I have outlined today are only the beginning. When we reform our tax, trade, energy, and regulatory policies, we will open a new chapter in American prosperity, which is so desperately needed. We need a new chapter. We can use this new wealth to rebuild our military, which is desperately needed, and our infrastructure. As part of this new future, we will also be rolling out proposals to increase choice and reduce cost in childcare, offering much-needed relief to American families. They're suffering. They're suffering. We're going to get them this much-needed relief. I will unveil, thank you. I will unveil my plan on this in the coming weeks that I've been working on with my daughter, Ivanka, who's here. Stand up. She feels so strongly about this. And an incredible team of experts. Likewise, our education reforms will help parents send their kids to a school of their choice. It will be so good for Detroit. We will also give our police and law enforcement the funds and support they need to restore law and order to this country. Law and order. Thank you. Thank you. Without security, there can be no prosperity. Without security, there can be no prosperity. We must have law and order. We must have law and order. And by the way, our police in this country are really unrecognized for the incredible job they do. Thank you. In the coming days, we will be rolling out plans on all of these items. One of my first acts as president will be to repeal and replace disastrous Obamacare, saving another 2 million American jobs. We will also rebuild our military and get our allies to pay their fair share for the protection we provide to them, saving us countless more billions of dollars to invest in our own country. We also have a plan on our website for a complete reform of the Veterans Administration. This is something so desperately needed to make sure our vets are fully supported and get the care they deserve, which they have not been getting, not even close. Detroit, the Motor City, will come roaring back, roaring back. We will offer a new future, not the same old failed policies of the past. Our party has chosen to make new history by selecting a nominee from the outside, and that's outside of the very, very already proven rigged system. The other party has reached backwards into the past to choose a nominee from yesterday who offers only the rhetoric of yesterday and the policies of yesterday. Just take a look at what happened to New York State manufacturing and take a look at her promises before this happened. A disaster. There will be no change under Hillary Clinton. Only 4 more years of weakness and President Obama. But we are going to look boldly into the future. We will build the next generation of roads, bridges, railways, tunnels, seaports, and airports. That, believe me, folks, is what our country deserves. American cars will travel the roads. American planes will connect our cities. And American ships will patrol the seas. American steel, American steel will send new skyscrapers soaring all over our country. We will put new American metal into the spine of this nation. It will be American hands that rebuild this country. And it will be American energy mined from American sources that powers this country. It will be American workers who are hired to do the job. American workers. Americanism, not globalism, will be our new credo. Our country will reach amazing new heights, maybe heights never attained before. All we have to do is stop relying on the tired voices of the past. We can fix a rigged system by relying on the people who rig. And just remember this, it's so important. We are reliant on people that rigged this system in the past. We can't fix it if we're going to rely on those people again. We can't solve that problem. So we can't solve our problems if we're going to just go back and rely on these politicians, because that's what we've been doing. Only by changing to new leadership and new solutions will we get new and great results. We need to stop believing in politicians and start believing in our great country. Before everything great that has happened, the doubters have always said, it couldn't be done. They say it right now. It couldn't be done. They actually said it when I ran for political office. It's not going to happen. He's never done it before. It happened. America is ready to prove the doubters wrong. They want you.
24-hour news cycle provides a cacophony of voices and events. Our world and nation are immersed in controversial issues.
All right, guys, that's the end of that Trump speech. Looks like the video has already started replaying, so we're going to take you to live pictures instead. Live pictures, Mike Pence, Governor Mike Pence, speaking at an event in Iowa. Looks like the event hasn't started. It was scheduled to start at 2 p.m., so should be starting relatively on time. We'll just sit back and wait for Governor Pence's arrival.
start right now, and we're going to have Congressman Steve King come on out here in just a second. But let me tell you a little bit about it for those of you who go, wait, tell me more, Tana. Congressman Steve King, he studied at Northwest Missouri State University. He started King Construction in 1975 and built the business up from one bulldozer. He brings valuable knowledge to Congress as an agri-businessman and a small business owner for 28 years. He served in the Iowa State Senate for 6 years. King now represents the 4th Congressional District in the 114th Congress, which includes Ames, Fort Dodge, Mason City, Sioux City, and Spencer. He brings personal experience, constitutional principles, traditional marriage and family values, and the perspective of representing one of the top producing agricultural districts in the nation to the people of Iowa's 4th Congressional District. King serves on the Agricultural Committee, and his very first bill in Congress was an expansion of a tax credit to small ethanol and biodiesel producers. As 97% of Iowa's businesses are small businesses, King serves on the House of Small Business Committee so he can work to restrict government regulations that impede the growth of business and jobs. He believes the Constitution means what it says and that it should be read with the intent of our founding fathers and kept in mind. He is never caught without a copy of the Constitution in his coat pocket, and he's a strong advocate of the rule of law and enforcing our borders. King is a full-spectrum constitutional conservative. Would you please help me in welcoming Congressman Steve King?
We have an America to save. And she's pretty wobbly these days after the last 7+ years that we have. I have the privilege of being here to introduce Mike Pence. I want to tell you a lot of good things about Mike Pence, but before I start on that, I'd like to tell you a few things about Donald Trump and the platform that he has laid out. And you've watched as we had 17 candidates here in Iowa. We began to sort through those candidates. We're down to our nominee. When I sat in Cleveland on that Thursday night, a couple or more weeks ago, when he gave his keynote address to the Republican National Convention, I blocked everything out except what I heard Donald Trump say. Policy, 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 including build a wall on our southern border. And end sanctuary cities. Restore the rule of law, provide national defense, defeat ISIS, put America back together again and make her great again. Now, I think that agenda that he laid out that night, we can go back through that speech, and that's a pretty good project for the next Congress in the first 100 days of the Trump-Pence administration that we have coming. Today, I saw a man come to a town hall meeting down south of here. He had a cap on, and a black cap, and it said, the last day, 1/2017. The last day of the Obama administration. Let's bring it. And you all need to know where I'm going to be on election day. I'm going to be in the polls. I'm walking into those polls, and I'm going to vote for Donald Trump and Mike Pence for our new administration. And I'm going to do my best to bring others with me, because this is important. And if I gave you one argument, it would be Hillary Clinton's appointments to the United States Supreme Court would all be activists who have contempt for our Constitution. And Donald Trump has promised that he will make appointments with the filter of Mike Pence, I'm going to suggest, of those who are strict constructionists in the vein of Justice Scalia, who Mike Pence and I both got to call a friend. This great privilege of calling Mike Pence a friend. We served together elbow to elbow on the Judiciary Committee in the House of Representatives for, by my calculation, 8 years. When you go in there, the Judiciary Committee, the Constitution Committee, the Immigration Subcommittee, you fight the cultural wars, the constitutional battles. You know what a man is made of when you fight these battles together day after day after day. And sometimes when the crunch comes in, you find out what a person is made of. And I do not think that there's another person in the country that would have been a better appointment for Vice President than Mike Pence under Donald Trump as president. There's not another better. Now, so there are a couple of things about Mike. One, I sent him a tweet here, or in a text here a year ago. Why, when I bought sweet corn off the streets of Iowa, am I getting sweet corn from Indiana? And then I have to go back and send him the little challenge, which is we built the world record, Guinness World Record popcorn ball in Sac City here a few weeks ago. We just eclipsed Indiana's world record, so now they've got to go back to work again. Challenge. But one of those challenges also to Mike Pence when he was conference chair, when Obamacare was coming down on us heavy, in the hardest, darkest times I ever had in my 14 years in the House of Representatives, we were talking with Mike and said, we need to get together in the members' chapel, and we need to pray. We need to ask for that relief from God because it's coming at us pretty hard. Mike got out his BlackBerry, I think it was, and sent one email, and a few minutes later there were 24 members on their knees praying to God for guidance on Obamacare. Now, we haven't been delivered from Obamacare yet, but yet is the operative word. It will come, and it will come with this next administration. It will come with the Trump-Pence administration. Mike Pence is a good man and a good friend, and I've seen him in good times and in bad. I've watched him operate under pressure. I know he's a man of faith. I know he's a man of core values. I know that he's a constitutionalist. I know he defends life and he defends marriage and he defends these principles that are the bedrock of the greatness of America. And I can say this with a really full throat here in front of all of you with great confidence and pride because I know him. Yeah. And I'm asking you, come out and get behind the Trump-Pence ticket. I also know Karen and love her also. Here's how this came to me. I once made an announcement several years ago. I said I would support Mike Pence for any job, any promotion to which he would aspire, with the exception of Pope. And that's because I knew that he has a deep conviction and he's evangelical in his faith. But I learned later on that, well, he actually was raised in the Catholic Church and he was an altar boy. And so, should I support him for Pope? Well, probably not, because we'd have to give up Karen, and I love her too much too. And so, this is the man that you'll be able to call Vice President, Mr. Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Governor Mike Pence, along with his wife and First Lady of Indiana, Karen.
Steve King, thank you for always memorable words. I served for 12 years on Capitol Hill. I never served with a harder working, more principled, constitutional conservative than Steve King. Steve, I'm incredibly honored that you'd be with us today. Thank you so very much. Karen and I, thank you all for coming out today for this town hall and a conversation. I have a few things I want to share, get off my chest before I get to what's on your mind. But let me tell you, it's just been a few short weeks since I stepped to a podium, profoundly humbled and honored, and accepted my party's nomination to run and serve as the next Vice President of the United States of America. And I have to tell you, I accepted this invitation in a heartbeat. I accepted it in a heartbeat. It was 11 o'clock at night on a Wednesday night. My wife at my side, and the phone rang, and that familiar voice was on the other end of the phone. You can imagine that. And I don't remember the exact words, but I do remember him saying, "It's going to be great." But I said yes in a heartbeat because you have nominated a man for president who never quits, who never backs down. He is a fighter. He's a winner. And until very recently, it seemed like he was out there all on his own. But now this movement is united. Our people are united, and we're going to elect Donald Trump as the next president of the United States of America. You know, I'm from south of Highway 40, so Sioux City feels real at home to me. You know, I'm a small town guy from southern Indiana, grew up with a cornfield in my backyard. Pretty plain-spoken people were the people I was raised with. And there's no other way I can describe it, having gotten to know this good man and his family, other than to say, Donald Trump gets it, right? I mean, he understands the aspirations and the frustrations of the American people more than any other American leader in my lifetime since Ronald Reagan. I truly believe that. He's a doer. He's a doer in a game usually reserved for talkers, and when Donald Trump does the talking, he doesn't go tiptoeing around 1,000 rules of political correctness that are laid in the way of men and women that are trying to make a difference for America. He just says it like it is, and the American people are standing with him. It's kind of funny to watch, though. The funny thing is, you know, the party in power just doesn't seem to know what to do with this guy. And of course, I'm referring to the media, right? But I mean, you think about it. The Democrats and the media, they all keep telling each other, you know, the usual methods are going to work, right? Something else comes up, and they say, now we got him, all right? They keep thinking they finally done him in. Then they wake up the next morning, turn on the television, and Donald Trump is still standing stronger than ever before and fighting for the American people and fighting to make America great again. And, you know, I think it comes not from a career of building a global business, but having gotten to know this good man and his family, far off the campaign trail, as Karen and I and our kids have had a chance to do. I think it's because that while he's led a global business and built skyscrapers to the clouds, he's done it standing shoulder to shoulder with the men and women who do the work. I mean, to see him at his place of business, you see that the ground is level around Donald Trump. I mean, he spends as much time talking to the people that are grooming the lawns and laying the bricks as he's talking to the other CEOs and the other executives. I mean, the truth of the matter is Donald Trump has never forgotten the people of this country who work with their hands, who grow the food, who build our roads and our bridges, who tend to our sick, who teach our kids. And most importantly, he has never and will never forget the men and women who serve on the thin blue line of law enforcement in this country. Can we show the law enforcement officers here who are present with us today how much we appreciate all that they do to protect our families? Thanks so much. And, I can promise you this. As the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States of America, a President Donald Trump will support our law enforcement community with the resources they need to protect our families and go home safe to theirs. He will fight every day as President to restore law and order back to the streets and neighborhoods of every city and every town in America. You know, it really is amazing if you think about it. At the very moment when America is crying out for something new and different, the other party is answered with a stale agenda and the most predictable of names. I mean, people in both parties are restless for change. We're restless to break free from the failed patterns that have disserved our nation for so many years in Washington, D.C. I mean, did you watch that speech about a little more than a week ago that Hillary Clinton gave? All right, I watched most of it, to be honest with you. To be honest, I had as hard a time staying awake as her husband did. I mean, seriously, it wasn't just that it was kind of long, it was kind of late. It was that it was the same old, wasn't it? I mean, the same policies that for the last 70 years have weakened America's place in the world and stifled America's economy. Hillary Clinton announces she wants to keep it going the way it's been going. It really is incredible. With the weakest recovery since the Great Depression, okay? With the lowest labor force participation rate since the 1970s, with nearly 7 million more Americans living in poverty than 7.5 years ago, Hillary Clinton announced plans to raise taxes by $1.3 trillion, likely to cost 300,000 jobs, according to experts. It's going to increase spending by a minimum of $3.5 trillion. She not only is not going to reduce regulations and red tape, but has plenty of plans to increase regulations, expand Obamacare, expand the war on coal. And Hillary Clinton wants to reduce the use of fossil fuels and advance more of these failed green energy projects that we've seen before. And if you haven't heard about it, just this last week, the Des Moines Register announced that officials with her campaign were actually in California meeting with, if you didn't see about it, it was in the Des Moines Register, meeting with environmentalists about changing the federal requirements for ethanol. I mean, Chuck Grassley pointed out that this California ideal, the low carbon fuel standard, is simply, in his words now, an invention of those who belittle the carbon benefit of traditional corn ethanol using scientifically questionable rationale. And he went on to say, and I agree wholeheartedly, coming from another great corn state, just like Iowa, over in the Hoosier State, he said, any proposal that opens up or undermines the RFS and results in less ethanol, biodiesel, and cellulosic biofuels is a non-starter. And I promise each and every one of you, Donald Trump supports the biofuel mandates of the renewable fuel standards, and he won't be looking to California environmentalists to advance policies that will cost jobs here in Iowa and in Indiana and across this country. But all those policies, I just have to tell you, as I look at what she's planning, not only for Iowa, but for the rest of the country, I just want to say from my heart, if you hear nothing else from me today, okay, for the sake of our security, for the sake of our prosperity, for the sake of preserving the highest standards of integrity in the highest office in the land, men and women of Iowa, let's decide here and now that Hillary Clinton will never be elected President of the United States of America. Okay? I mean, truthfully, they tell us this is the best that we can do. But you all know it's nowhere near the best that we can do. It's just the best they can do. And when Donald Trump becomes President of the United States of America, he's going to fight to cut taxes, roll back regulation, repeal Obamacare, and get this economy moving again for everyone in this country. We were just in Detroit this morning. Believe it or not, that's the kind of life I'm living now. Lunch in Detroit, afternoon in Sioux City, and all over the country. But I was there today, and I want you to look at the news tonight because Donald Trump went before a storied gathering. It's called the Detroit Economic Club, and he laid out an economic agenda that will get this economy moving again. Tax reform, regulatory reform, trade reform, and energy reform. On the tax front, Donald Trump today outlined plans to simplify taxes for everyone, to streamline deductions, to lower taxes across the board, to lower marginal income tax rates, reduce income taxes dramatically, make child care fully deductible, and end death taxes once and for all for every American. And here in a country where we have one of the highest corporate tax rates in America today, Donald Trump talked about lowering the corporate tax rate to 15% so that businesses, large and small, startup businesses can compete here in Iowa, compete in America, and compete with the world. He announced plans today to do what we actually did back in the Hoosier State. The first day I was governor, I signed a moratorium on all new regulation. And today, Donald Trump cited that favorably and said when he becomes president on day one, he will sign a moratorium on new federal red tape and work to roll back the EPA's Clean Power Plan, the waters of the United States rule, and end the war on coal once and for all. Tougher trade deals, renegotiating NAFTA, pulling out of TPP, holding China accountable for currency manipulation, and on the energy front. So important in this great nation. He announced today that he would rescind all job-destroying executive orders, ask TransCanada to renew its permit application for the Keystone Pipeline, and lift all restrictions on American energy. We're going to have an all-of-the-above American energy strategy under President Donald Trump. Now, President Obama was heard from last week on this topic. Seems like he's had a lot to say about the presidential campaign. Last week, he actually said that my new boss was, quote, woefully unprepared to do this job. Well, honestly, I mean, President Obama, I got to admit, he would know a lot about what it is to be woefully unprepared to be president of the United States of America. But what bothered me is he went on to say that Donald Trump lacks the basic knowledge of critical issues, that he, in effect, lacks the judgment to be president of the United States. And I just have to tell you, Steve King and I served on that Judiciary Committee together. I also served for more than a decade on the Foreign Affairs Committee. I watched the hard-fought gains of American soldiers in Afghanistan and Iraq, and I watched the judgment of this administration, of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, squander those hard-fought gains. It's extraordinary to think about it. 7.5 years of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton's leadership on the world stage has weakened America's place in the world. You see terrorist attacks inspired at home and against our allies abroad. Even in this last week, another attack in Belgium, and last week a Catholic priest laid to rest, murdered by ISIS terrorists in the very pews of his own church. An attempted coup in an ally. A map of the wider Middle East that is almost unrecognizable from the day that Barack Obama was sworn in as president. For all the world, it looks like the world is spinning apart. You know, history teaches us that weakness arouses evil. And I truly do believe that Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama's foreign policy of leading from behind, moving red lines, feigning resets with Russia, the rise, rule, and reign of ISIS are a testament to this truth of history. And then we just found out last week, after that disastrous agreement with the radical mullahs in Iran that transferred $150 billion with illusory promises from them about a nuclear program. Then we found out that on the very same day that 4 Americans were released, this administration authorized the delivery of $400 million in currency, and the administration says it wasn't a ransom payment. Well, let me promise you this. When Donald Trump is the leader of the free world, America won't be paying ransom to terrorists. Terrorists and their sponsors will be paying a price for threatening or detaining or harming the people of the United States of America. I mean, it's about judgment. It's about judgment, men and women. It really is. And we ought to have a debate about judgment going forward in this election, and we certainly will in the next 3 months. And chief among those issues is not just squandering the hard-fought gains in Iraq that left a vacuum in which ISIS was able to be conjured as it were, virtually out of the desert sands to compromise large territories in Iraq. It wasn't even just about the disastrous agreement with the radical mullahs in Iran, looking at Libya, looking at the disintegration of Syria. But I have to tell you, the fact that it was Hillary Clinton who left Americans in harm's way in Benghazi, where 4 Americans fell, and then said after it was over, what difference at this point does it make? Well, let me say, as the proud father of a United States Marine, anyone who said that, anyone who did that, should be disqualified from ever serving as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the United States of America. Plain and simple. We just can't have 4 more years apologizing to our enemies and abandoning our friends. America needs to be strong for the world to be safe. And I promise you, Donald Trump will rebuild our military, rebuild our coalitions, demand operational support from our allies, and he will organize and confront Islamic terrorism at its source and protect this nation. Donald Trump will lead on the world stage with strength from the first day he becomes president. You know, I got to be honest with you, as I've traveled around the country in the last few weeks and back in the Hoosier State, I can't help but feel like the sense of this moment is that the American people are just tired of being told. You know, I mean, we're tired of being told this is as good as it gets, right? And we're tired of being told by politicians in both political parties that they're going to solve those problems eventually as they pile a mountain range of debt on our children and grandchildren. And we're tired of being told, as Ronald Reagan used to say so well, tired of being told that a little intellectual elite in a far distant capital can plan our lives better for us than we can plan them for ourselves. And in that vein, as this election approaches, one more thing I wanted to mention to you before I close and get to your questions, and that is that Steve King just mentioned this as well. You know, we're about to elect a president for the next 4 years, but that president will likely define the course and direction of the Supreme Court of the United States of America for the next 40 years. And we better think very carefully about what that means. I mean, you got one of my favorite constitutional conservatives sitting back here. Give him another round of applause, Steve King. Steve just mentioned it too. The next president of the United States could appoint 1 to 3 justices to the Supreme Court. I mean, elect Hillary Clinton and you better get used to more unelected judges using unaccountable power to take unconstitutional actions, plain and simple. So let me say, and I know I speak for this guy back here, for the sake of the rule of law, for the sake of the sanctity of life, for the sake of our Second Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, for the sake of all of our God-given liberties, we must ensure that the next president making appointments to the Supreme Court of the United States of America is President Donald Trump. Donald Trump believes in the freedoms that are enshrined in our Constitution, and he'll fight for them. And not just in his appointments to the court. There's one other story I love to tell about my running mate and about the kind of leader that he is. Steve, you may not even have heard this one. Maybe you haven't either. It's about a part of a year ago, I'm told that Donald Trump was meeting with a group of pastors and talking with them about his vision for the country, Make America Great Again. Several of them expressed enthusiasm for him, and he asked them if they might go back and be able to share that with members of their congregation, and they immediately told him that they couldn't. And he asked them why. You know, I love the definition that, politicians always ask what, leaders ask why. And Donald Trump asked why. And they pointed out to him that back in 1954, a senator by the name of Lyndon Johnson actually added a provision to the Internal Revenue Code that prohibits tax-exempt organizations, including faith-based organizations, churches, synagogues, and the like, from endorsing or opposing any candidate for public office. Some of you have heard that before. Some of you have heard that churches in this country live under a constant threat of losing their tax-exempt status if they say the wrong things at the pulpit. Well, I have to tell you, as a student of American history and the American founding, I happen to know that some of the greatest speeches during our season of fighting for independence were printed pamphlets that were not political speeches, they were sermons that were distributed throughout the 13 colonies. Slavery was brought to an end because of the moral voices that emerged from the likes of Harriet Beecher Stowe's father and others who thundered from the pulpit about the vision of equality. In fact, the civil rights movement itself was minted in the very pews in Montgomery of Dr. King's church. Karen and I have stood there with some of the people who prayed and sang and then marched with Dr. King. It is true that the voices of people of faith have ever been a driving force for good in this country. So I couldn't be prouder to tell you that a few short weeks back, for the first time in the history of the Republican Party, our platform includes a commitment to repeal the Johnson Amendment and take the restraint off communities of faith to be able to exercise the freedom of speech in this land of the free. And I promise you, Donald Trump and I will work to have that legislation on his desk and have him sign it into law.
Amen.
Well, let me say lastly, as I get ready to go to your questions, and I'd love for you to think about anything you want to know about me or my background or about this campaign or issues in the country of interest to you. I do hope you leave here encouraged with a message to carry to your neighbors and friends here in Sioux City. I mean, this isn't so much just about meeting for a rally, it's about reminding ourselves of what we already know and about the stakes of this election. This really is a very simple choice. It's a choice between change and the status quo. It's a choice between failed leadership and renewed leadership. When you look up that speech that Donald Trump gave at noon today over in Detroit, you're going to hear the kind of a bold vision for a growing American economy, the likes of which I don't think we've really heard since about 1980. And so get ready for it. But I hope you also leave here today and encouraged, if you're so inclined, to avail yourself of the strength that it takes to give voice to our values. You know, Steve gave me a nice introduction. I'm going to take him on the road. He was pretty excessive today. But he knows the introduction I prefer is a little shorter. I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order. I do hope you leave here today. I do hope you leave here today convicted about finding a neighbor and a friend and getting involved and donating some time and going to work, because Iowa is going to loom very, very large in the destiny of this election and the destiny of this country. Okay? But I also hope, if you're anything like Karen and me, that if you occasionally bend the knee, that you do that in these troubled times, these challenging times at home and abroad, because I still believe with all my heart that what's been true for millennia is still true today. That if his people, who are called by his name, will humble themselves and pray, that he will again hear from heaven and he will heal our land. So here's the stakes. Here's the stakes if you're taking notes, and I'm going to get to your questions. Number one, if you want a president who will protect this nation, confront radical Islamic terrorism, and rid the world of ISIS, if you want a president who will restore law and order to the cities and towns of this country and give law enforcement the support and resources they need and deserve. If you want a president who will cut taxes, grow our economy, squeeze every nickel out of that bloated federal bureaucracy, and repeal Obamacare lock, stock, and barrel. If you want a president who will build strong borders, build a wall, and enforce our laws in this country, and if you want a president who will upend the status quo in Washington, D.C., and uphold the Constitution of the United States of America, then we have but one choice, and that man is ready. This movement is ready, and I believe this country is ready for us to leave here and fight every day to elect Donald Trump as the 45th President of the United States of America. Let's get to work. Thanks for letting me get that off my chest. I really do think it's important that we take some time to remind ourselves what we already know. Because we got 3 months to go. And I just want to say to you, as I get ready to go to your questions and comments, I really do believe all the television commercials in the world, all the talk shows in the world, all the mail pieces and radio ads, newspaper articles, don't matter a fraction of when you go talk to somebody who's known you, worked with you, or lives by you, and say, you know what, here's really why we need Donald Trump as our next president. And so I hope you leave here today with that burden and go out and share that story with passion and sincerity. Go ahead. And I'd love to hear the first name, and you can slip your hand in the air if you've got a question or comment.
So we've got Gerald here in the front. He's a veteran, and he's got a question for you, Governor Pence.
How about a round of applause for all of our veterans who are with us today? Would our veterans please stand up? Stand up or raise your hand if you're otherwise able. Let's give a big round of applause for Gerald and all of our veterans who are with us today. Thank you all for your service. Yes, sir.
Governor, is it on?
It is.
Governor, what are your intentions with regards to the cabinet position of the Department of Education? Are you going to eliminate that, and along with that, the same thing, eliminate Common Core?
Well, let me take door number 2 on that. Okay, I think Indiana was one of the first states in the country to legally withdraw from Common Core and write standards of our own. We were. And I will tell you, I think you and Donald Trump and I are of one mind on this education business, and that is that, the Department of Education was created by President Jimmy Carter. It hasn't been around that long. And I'll tell you what, Donald Trump and I believe education is a state and local function that ought to be controlled by parents and teachers and administrators right here in Sioux City. And also, let me tell you, he mentioned it, Donald Trump mentioned it here today. We are going to be passionate about this point. Donald Trump, I'm proud that Indiana has the largest school voucher program in the country, and Donald Trump is going to fight to open educational choice opportunities for every American child, regardless of your income or your area code.
He's just got one more thing.
Yes, Governor, when you had the opportunity to see my very good friend and fellow patriot, Jim Thomas, would you tell him hello from the old geezer from Iowa?
I will. Senator Thomas is a great guy. Good. I will tell him hi for you. Yes.
We have another veteran who's got a question.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'd like to make a statement first.
Please.
We've had almost 7.5 years of a disaster, treasonous president. We have to replace him. And then my question is, what would you expect to do with the forces of the United States of America military?
Well, as I mentioned, I mean, my father, and thank you for your service, I appreciate it very much, Navy. My father was a combat veteran in Korea. My son was a United States Marine. The truth of the matter is that our military has been hollowed out under this administration. And I promise you, it's one of the reasons I think why I see so many veterans at Trump rallies and why I see so many active duty servicemen and women who are joining us, because people know, first and foremost, as Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump is going to rebuild the arsenal of democracy and rebuild the American military from the ground up. And we're going to be telling that story. We're going to be telling that story. I was just talking to some folks who are familiar with these issues out in California and Miramar, and the number of planes that we've got aircraft and maintenance that's borrowing from one plane to another because they don't have the resources, they don't have the funding. It's a story to tell. And the size of the Navy today, I think you probably already know. Rebuilding the military is going to make it possible for us to stand taller on the world stage. And as Ronald Reagan taught us, I mean, Donald Trump will demonstrate that you can have peace through strength again as we rebuild.
All righty. We've got another question over here from Jim, who's a small business owner.
Yes, sir.
Well, Governor Pence, it's an honor.
It's my honor.
What's your name? Jim Miller.
Hi, Jim.
When I listened to your speech and saw your introduction, a couple things for me that stood out right away. Number one, thank your son for his service. It was great to see you. I know your son's a Marine. That's great. And the other thing, just to see all the success that you had. It wasn't surprising that you came out on top in the VP selection there.
It surprised me.
When you see all the success you had there in Indiana, I'm really excited to hear what things that you had success with in Indiana are you going to be able to duplicate now with our next president?
Well, what a great question. It's Jim. Thank you. And I'm going to pass that along to Michael. Karen is probably already texting it right now, so thank you. Number one, I really meant it. There were a great number of extraordinary men and women who were considered for this position, and I was very humbled to be on the list. And couldn't begin to express how honored my family and I are at this opportunity. But I think, actually, one of the reasons I think, you'd have to ask him directly, that informed Donald Trump's invitation for us to join this team had to do with what we've done in Indiana. And the reason I say that is because so many times he's constantly, I mean, we're Hoosiers, we're a little bit like, like people from Iowa. I mean, we don't toot our own horn, too much. We're kind of modesty's in our DNA, you know what I'm saying? And so, but he's always telling me, he says, tell the story of what you did in Indiana. Because in Indiana, about 10 years ago, Indiana found ourselves in a position of a lot of other kind of failing states across the Midwest. It was a little more than 10 years ago, but we were hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. Taxes were too high. Our schools had gone unreformed for a generation. Infrastructure had been neglected. And then we just took a decisive step in the direction of common sense conservative principles, put them into practice. And my predecessor managed to put our fiscal house in order, so I was able to arrive as governor and begin to take that race car around the track, and so we did. From the time I became governor, we had a moratorium on all new regulations in the state of Indiana to roll back red tape on small businesses. Donald Trump announced today he's going to do that on day one when he becomes president of the United States. My first year in office, I signed the largest state tax cut in Indiana history, and we've managed to cut taxes every single year that I've been governor, $3.5 billion in tax relief. Which, I mean, I love the idea of people keeping more of what they earn, but here's the other part of it. We also, in that same period of time, Jim, we have the largest increase in education funding in a single budget in Indiana history. We've invested more than $2.5 billion in our infrastructure in the state. And beyond all of that, we still have one of the healthiest balance sheets in the country, a AAA bond rating, and a record surplus and reserve in the state of Indiana. And most importantly, there's more Hoosiers going to work than ever before in the 200-year history of the state of Indiana. And what I can tell you is that's exactly the kind of no-nonsense leadership and results that Donald Trump and I are going to bring to the White House, okay? It's simple. It's live within your means, let people keep more of what they earn, invest in the ways that can support a growing economy and a well-educated people that take 3 steps back, and the American people know how to prosper, right? So it's work. We call Indiana a state that works, and Iowa's got a state that works as well, with your great governor Terry Branstad. But get ready to see a lot more of that at the White House with Donald Trump. Yes, over here.
All righty, and we have Larissa over here from Sioux City. She's got a question for you.
Hi, what's your name?
Larissa.
Larissa, hi.
Hi. What's your plans with the railroad? Because there's currently 5,000 layoffs alone, and that's just because Obama's not for coal. So what's your plans with the railroad? And do you plan on using the railroad retirement to pay off national U.S. debt?
Well, that's a fresh question for me. And you related the railroad issue to coal?
Railroad in general.
Yeah, railroad to coal, transportation, and the rest. Let me get your email and see if I can get you a more detailed answer about what the policies of the Trump campaign might be at this point, or things that our candidate has said about railroad infrastructure in particular. But look, I'd say 2 things about it. Number one is, in very broad terms, in America we do 3 things particularly well. We make things, we grow things, and we move things. Right? Okay. And so making sure that we continue to be a country that creates things. Take a look at Donald Trump's speech today. You're going to hear about a number of policy proposals that are all designed about seeing jobs created here in this country again, manufacturing coming back in this country again through tax reform, regulatory reform, smarter and tougher trade deals, and energy. The other piece of that, though, is to be able to move things, we've got to continue to invest in our infrastructure in this country, and that's pavement, roads and bridges, it's air, it's rail. And today, Donald Trump alluded to that, and you're going to see more detail about the infrastructure plan that's going to be coming forward. With regard to the relationship with coal, Southern Indiana is a big coal state. I'll just promise you, Donald Trump is going to end the war on coal on day 1 of his administration, and we're going to free up coal production in this country for the American people, for the American economy. And we're running against someone who promised, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't even memorize, he promised to put coal businesses and coal miners out of work. And so big contrast there. But if you slide our guys your email, I'll get you a specific answer. Anything else we've done specific to railroad? It's a great question. Okay.
We have one more question, and this will be our last question of the evening. This is Andrew. He's a PhD student in Texas.
And I'm from rural Iowa, Sanborn, Iowa.
Okay, good.
So,
who left?
1,200 people.
I saw several people in the front row go to Texas.
Yeah. My home is here, but
Nice to see you.
One of the things that is really important to me, I'm an independent, so I'm trying to figure out is caring for the least of these. And one of my dear friends is a man who is wheelchair bound with cerebral palsy, who badly wants to work, but often really struggles to find someone who will hire him. And so 26 years after the ADA, I guess my question would be, how do we expand job opportunities, not just for those of us who can work more easily, but for those who have disabilities that need to be taken into account? So,
yeah, what's your friend's name?
My friend's name is Justin. He's excellent and has a master's degree, but still really struggles to find someone who will employ him. So
awesome. Awesome guy. Yeah, one of my best friends in high school was Eddie Jefferson, and he had cerebral palsy, and just an amazing guy, still one of the great inspirations of my life. So I hope you'll give Justin our congratulations and thanks. I think there's a lot of great things happening in the private sector in this country today. A number of major corporations are recognizing that that people with physical challenges and even mental challenges can provide an enormous value to a company, and are opening doors of opportunity to that. And what I can tell you is, in the state of Indiana, we've tried to facilitate that. We've tried to lead by example. As governor of Indiana, I'm actually the largest employer in the state. We have about 28,000 employees. But we've really sought to open doors of opportunity for people, as well as contracting state contracts with organizations that will work with the physically or mentally disabled. And I think there's much to be said for that, to your point. Justin, the cerebral palsy is a physical ailment and has no impact on his mind as his academic achievements have demonstrated. And so raising awareness of the enormous contribution that men and women who face physical challenges, I think is incredibly worthy. It's something that we've done in Indiana, and something that I'd be anxious to continue to look for ways to promote and encourage in the private and the public sector as we go. So thanks for your compassion. That's a wonderful question. It really is. Okay. I want to whip around and say hi to a few of the folks, particularly some of these kids that are here, but let me at least leave you with one word of admonition, and that is, folks, it is August 8th today. It is Monday. And Election Day in November is just around the corner. Be here in a blink. You've already demonstrated by taking time on a busy Monday afternoon to come here and hear from the B-list Republican celebrity, right? So thank you for that. I'm actually very humbled by that. So I just want to say to all of you, oh, thank you very much. It's very kind. I want to say to all of you, while you're standing, I won't make you sit down again. It's just say, just leave here today with a burden on your heart to go find a friend, go find a neighbor, go send an email, go send a text, and say, you know what? I got over, I met Mike, I heard what he had to say. He's right. We've got an opportunity to turn this country around, to make America strong again at home and abroad, to make America safe again, to make America prosper again, and to rekindle the strength of our Constitution as a foundation of who we are. But we've got to choose Donald Trump. We've got to work every day to elect this good man to be our next great president. And you do that, we will make America great again. I promise you with all my heart. Thank you very much, and God bless you. God bless you for being here.
All right, folks, you can see that we are awaiting a Hillary Clinton event, but before that, we're going to go to a local press conference where the MCSO is going to do, unfortunately, an update on the Youngstown homicide. Youngstown.
So it's great meeting you to stick around and bring down that running totally for myself.
Everybody ready for football season?
We got a splitter and a splitter. Right. Yeah, splitter over splitter. I just want to make sure it's not going to.
Is it going to work? Because I may have to do another splitter on a splitter over here too. Are you good or no?
No, I don't see any more. I've got another one in the car.
Gee, do we have another splitter in the back? We got one more here.
There you go.
Need one over here. See if we can.
Yes.
It should.
Indeed.
We start cutting down some of the signal. Barbara, you're going to need to check your signal one more time, I'm sure, because we're going to do a splitter on a splitter over there.
think we're onto something.
Considering it was super
Splitter
hot
on
before.
splitter.
Considering it was super hot before, it should still be good.
Yeah, it should still be good. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. You're still good?
Yeah.
Your levels are still good? What do we,
Yeah, I think.
how about KTAR?
We're a little slower.
You're not supposed to say that in front of KFYI.
Who?
Exactly.
Did you just turn that up? Never mind.
No, but I will if you'd like it. We can turn it up.
No, just turn it cut out.
Everybody's levels are good now, though. We're still waiting in the back over there. I can see. You got good levels?
Yeah.
Everybody's levels are good?
I'm good. Yep.
Any questions, concerns? Are we ready?
Going to be a release over there.
No. Please get all the information you can from him. I am not putting any hard copy out today.
Do
So,
you have any pictures of the scene?
no, not today. Any other questions before he comes out? Is he back here? She's being so quiet.
I'm battling technology.
Let me know if you win. Let me know if you win.
Likely not. Let me see what my mic is.
No,
Yes. It's tough to plug into the multi-battery, right?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's good? Levels are good?
Sheriff, news conference about to begin. Yeah, get it going.
Every once in a while, if I hear somebody's carrying something on there, on that, then I realize that it's 10 feet away from where it is. Like, okay, not usable audio here.
By the way, everybody, I'm live on Facebook.
301.
Afternoon. First thing I'm going to do is bring you up to what we know and what I can give out. It's only fair to keep you informed of the progress. So there are certain things I can't say right now, but I hope after some interviews are completed with witnesses that I can give you more details, but I can't do it now until we finish our forensic interviews of some of the juveniles that were in the residence when this occurs. So please bear with me on that, but I'm going to give you what I feel that I can do and stay within protecting our investigation. Anybody have any questions about that? You may have some questions after. So this incident occurred 11 p.m. on Saturday night when sheriff's deputies responded to a Youngtown address where a 3-year-old was murdered by his 16-year-old brother. 115 Drive and Longley Lane in Youngtown is where the residence was located. The incident also involved another 9-year-old female who was also assaulted by the 16-year-old suspect. She received non-threatening injuries, went to the hospital, and has been released. The 16-year-old suspect ran from the house, probably almost a quarter of a mile, was chased by our deputy sheriffs. After that foot pursuit, and was tackled by our deputies and placed under arrest. The suspect was covered with blood, and there was also traces of blood on the roadways. He was booked into the Durango jail, charged with second-degree murder at this time, aggravated assault, and also endangerment. This 16-year-old, I'm sure, will be tried as an adult and will be in our jails. Right now, he is in juvenile detention. In the home was also a 17-year-old, the brother, and a 4-year-old child that was there when this murder occurred. Now, due to the young age of the witnesses, as I just mentioned, we have to get forensic experts to interview those underage witnesses. There's certain protocol to follow when you deal with young people. So we're trying to follow all the rules and protocol when we conduct this investigation. And that's why I'm withholding some information until we can interview the other juveniles, including the 9-year-old that went to the hospital, as to what they saw in that house and what the 16-year-old did. Also, and I'm not going into details, we executed a search warrant, and I'm going to leave it at that. In the future, when I upgrade you, we'll talk about that execution of the search warrant in that residence. You know, this is the third investigation that my office has conducted in the last 30 days, or going back to the 4th of July, when you had 8 people shot at their residence, including a 2-year-old. And then about 3 weeks ago, we had 2 juveniles that were killed, shot, allegedly by the mother, who committed suicide. Now, we had this incident of a vicious, horrific murder of a 3-year-old. Looks like domestic violence is out of hand. I think people in this county and across the nation want some peace of mind. But when you look at what happens in homes and on the streets, I can understand their concern. We also have a crisis management group that responded to this gruesome murder to deal with our deputy sheriffs to have to conduct the investigation. So that's about all I can tell you right now. But after the interviews, maybe I can go and give you some more details of this murder that occurred, and it's not going to be nice.
Sheriff, were all the people home, same family?
The mother was not at home. We believe she was working. I have to have some concern for the witnesses and the family, too. That's why we want to get to the bottom of this and interview those people, because this is maybe gruesome, too, but it also could be very horrific for the other members of the family, so we want to make sure they are protected in a sense over this situation.
Sheriff, can you say, was a weapon recovered?
I'm not going to say that now, but I'll be glad probably to say it as soon as we interview the other people in that residence. I'm not trying to avoid you, but I am, because we still have to finish this investigation. It's not done. One reason I'm telling you now is because there's been much interest, and at least we can say what we've been doing, but I could wait until it's completely over. That could be tomorrow, the next day. So this is sort of an interim interview to let you know what the status is as of now.
Are you able to confirm reports that it was a stabbing?
I don't know where you got those reports, but I'll go that far. Say it was a stabbing. That's as far as I'm going.
Have you been able to find out anything about the suspect's mental illness and history of that?
No. Once again, I'm saying that we still have some people to interview, so we're not done yet.
Sheriff, do you believe drugs were involved in a person under the influence?
Not going to answer that.
Is the 3-year-old victim a boy or a girl?
The what?
The 3-year-old victim, gender. Boy or a girl?
Boy. Brother.
Do you have any history of prior calls to this home?
No. That we know of.
What do you feel comfortable in regards to the 17 and 9 and the 4-year-old in regards to what they witnessed?
The what? What they witnessed? Well, I'm not going to get into that. You do know after this incident occurred, those 3 left the house, and I believe knocked on some neighbors' doors. The suspect decided to run, as I mentioned, about a quarter of a block, and was arrested by our deputies and had blood all over his person.
Can you give us any indication of what triggered this?
That's why we are interviewing other juveniles that were in that house.
Are you releasing any names of the full name of the victim and full name of the 16?
They're all juveniles. We usually don't give names of juveniles.
So you say that the suspect ran and was tackled by your deputies, so your deputies were arriving at the scene moments after this happened?
They were called to 911, I believe, when the other people ran off out of their home, knocked on neighbors' doors. And the deputies showed up, and at that time, the 15-year-old was running. The other three went to a house. The suspect was running. Our deputies chased him on foot and able to apprehend him.
So the suspect was in the process of running from the home when your deputies arrived on scene?
I believe so.
Just be clear, that's a 16-year-old,
Pardon?
16-year-old, be clear, the suspect is a 16-year-old or 15?
The 16-year-old. Did I say 15?
Were the 17-year-old?
I'm sure it was a 16-year-old. Pardon?
Were the 17-year-old or 4-year-old harmed in any way? Were they attacked?
The 9-year-old female was attacked and went to the hospital and was treated and released. And she is one that has to be interviewed. The 17-year-old has to be interviewed. The 4-year-old may be interviewed. So as you can understand, we have a lot of interviews to do with experts, forensic experts, because of the age, also because of the timing. Usually you want to give them a chance in this situation for the witnesses, the young people, to relax a little and not hit them right away with questions. It's sort of a protocol. So that's what's delaying my final remarks on this case.
Was the 9-year-old attack the same weapon that was used?
Not going to get into that.
But right now, it looks like the 3-year-old and the 9-year-old were the only ones who were physically harmed in the attack.
Yes.
What part of the home did this happen?
Once again, let me say it was a 2-story house, and I'm not going to get into what floor that will come out as soon as we complete our interviews.
Sheriff, you mentioned a mother likely at work at the time. Any other parents or relatives living at the home?
Not that we know of.
And was it common for the mother to leave the older kids in charge while she went to work?
The what comments?
Was it common for the mother to leave the older kids in charge instead of bringing in, an older babysitter, relative, whatever?
I think they're all family that were in that house. I don't believe there was a babysitter there.
Right.
There was a 17-year-old part of the family.
So it was common for the 16 and 17-year-olds to be left in charge of the younger kids?
I have no idea on this situation. I guess there's been times where other people, 17-year-olds, were watching kids. I don't know that. This is a 17-year-old. It's not a young person that was there. But once again, a lot of interviews to do, which we may be able to answer your question at another time.
And to be clear, all 4 of the kids are related? They're full brother, sister? It's not a half-brother, half-sister type situation?
There could be a mix, but they're all siblings, all related. The whole family is.
Do you have genders on the 17-year-old and the 4-year-old?
17-year-old is a male, a brother of I believe the 16-year-old. The 4-year-old, I don't know yet what the gender is.
Sheriff, can you tell us a little bit more about the status of the suspect? Is he on a special watch of any kind?
The suspect is not under our control yet. That he is in a juvenile detention, Durango, but we feel Very soon he will be charged as an adult, and once they're charged as an adult, they come to our jails that we run for adult prisoners.
Sheriff, who charges? You said he'll be charged as an adult. Who makes that decision?
It'll be the county attorney.
And why do you believe that he'll be charged as an adult?
Well, I think it's a very gruesome situation, and I'm confident that the person will be charged as an adult. I would like to see that done.
Sheriff, would you describe it as a heinous act?
I'm looking at that word to see if there's even a more brutal word to say, but yes. I'll tell you that much.
Any other questions at this time? Sheriff, you said that you can't speak to whether drugs were involved, and I don't remember if this was asked or not, but do you know if there were any mental health issues with the 16?
I don't know. I'm going to say again, we did a search warrant. I'm not going to give any details about that search warrant.
Was that today?
Yes, today. 16 years old, right? And the 17-year-old is a brother.
Yes.
I want to make sure my mind is right, not give you any false information.
Thank you all for coming today.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was a live update from Sheriff Joe Arpaio on the horrific murder of a little 3-year-old. Hoping to get some more info for you as it continues on with the investigation, but right now we're going to a live Hillary Clinton rally.
Never to say or write the words climate change. Now, he's also the head of the biggest PAC supporting Donald Trump, who thinks climate change is a hoax, so I guess they kind of go together. But here's what you're missing. We just came from St. Petersburg. The mayor there told me that with all the rains, they need to invest in some more sewer systems. I've been in Miami. The mayor there told me they're having noonday flooding in Miami. Climate change is real, whether your governor and Donald Trump want to admit it or not. But here's the bigger problem. They are turning their backs on millions of new good jobs. Hundreds of thousands and millions of jobs. Other states are moving ahead. Other states are investing in wind, investing in solar, investing in geothermal and other renewable energy. So here's what I'm going to do. We are going to have a commitment to create more clean, renewable energy jobs, and we're going to work to get those jobs in places like Florida, which could be an international leader with clean energy. And you know what else? We are going to build a modern electric grid that can actually take and distribute clean energy. And we're going to finish the job of connecting up the entire country to high-speed broadband internet access. Everywhere I go in America, I meet so many people who are left out of the digital world. They don't have high-speed internet in their jobs or in their homes. And I was recently talking to a bunch of teachers. You know, I love teachers. And I want to be a strong partner for our teachers. And the teachers were telling me, they said they had just completed a national survey. 70% of our teachers give their students homework which requires them using the internet. I think that's good because we want our kids to know how to do it, right? But here's the problem. 5 million kids in America don't have access to an internet when they go home at night. So what's going to happen? They're going to fall behind. That's not fair. So we're going to put people to work making sure we have broadband, high-speed, affordable internet connectivity everywhere in our country. And then I want to do everything I can to promote and support small businesses. I just came from a visit to a great brewery called the Three Daughters Brewery in St. Pete. It's like every small business, you know, the husband and wife, Mike and Lee, they decided they were going to take a risk. They were going to start this business, and they did. And I take that personally because my dad was a small businessman, really small. He worked really hard. He printed drapery fabrics, and it was hard work. But he made a good living. I mean, we weren't wealthy, but we were solid middle class. And he sent me to college. We did everything we could to have a good life. And I give my dad credit because he got up and went to work every day. But here's the rub. My father, who stood over those long tables in his print plant, printing the fabric for draperies, he would finish those jobs. He would load the fabric into the car. He would take them to the people who'd ordered them, and he would deliver them, and then he would be paid. That's how it works, right? You do the job, you get paid. But that's not the way it works with Donald Trump. Donald Trump has consistently refused to pay working people and small businesses. I tell you, it really upsets me. Because I think about my dad. I've been meeting people. I've been meeting small businesses who were shocked. They did what they were contracted to do, and then Trump basically said, I'm not paying you. And sometimes he would offer 50 cents or 30 cents on the dollar. But I got to thinking about my dad. What would we have done? I've met businesses that had to go bankrupt because Donald Trump would not pay his bills. So I believe in small business. I want to be a small business president. I want to do everything I can to help you start small businesses and grow small businesses. And in order to do that, we've got to work together to make sure small businesses have a chance to cut through the red tape, they get the help that they need, but 2/3 of the new jobs are going to be started by small businesses. So rather than putting people out of business, would you rather have a president who says you're fired or you're hired? I'm hoping you're going to hear a lot of the you're hired when I'm president, because that's what I want us to do together. I also believe that we've got to do a better job to make sure that every young person is prepared to be able to get the jobs of the future. And that starts with early childhood education. It continues on through school. But here's something that I want you to understand from me. I want to make college affordable, 4-year college affordable, and help people with student debt pay down their student debt and get rid of it. But that's not all I want to do. You know why? Because our best estimates are that by 2020, which is not very far away, more than half the jobs in America will not require a college degree, but they will require certain skills. So let's make community college free. Let's get technical education back into high school. Let's do more with apprenticeships and training programs. We were, you know, Tim Kaine and I... I just got to tell you, I'm so proud of Tim Kaine, my vice presidential running mate, and he and I had a chance to visit some businesses in Pennsylvania and Ohio. One of the places we went to in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, the Johnstown Wire Technologies Company, they train the people to do the jobs, and then they are on average getting paid $70,000 a year. It's skilled labor. And we're going to need more people with those skills. I'm going to work with unions and businesses. We're going to have the kind of support we need for more people to get prepared for the jobs of the future. So you see, I'm pretty excited about what we're going to do. I am confident. I am optimistic. I'm enthusiastic about our first 100 days plan. But then I gotta tell you, we have to contrast it with what we are hearing from Donald Trump. And I know today he gave a speech in Detroit trying to change the subject. And he talked about, what his economic plans were. But I'll tell you, there wasn't a lot in it for most Americans. He announced a few days ago that he's got a dozen economic advisors. Let's see. He's got 3 Wall Street money managers, an oil baron, a former chief economist at one of the big banks at the heart of the financial crisis. He's got 6 men named Steve. And that they all care about the same things he does, about, how to avoid paying their fair share. And he's given out these kinds of plans or policies, don't really deserve that name. Basically, it's cut taxes on the wealthy, get out of the way, and let the wealthy do whatever they want. I have a very different approach. I intend to make the wealthy pay their fair share to build this economy. He wants to roll back regulations on Wall Street. I want to tighten them and make them cover more people so that we don't ever end up in the ditch we were in with the Great Recession. He hasn't offered any plans about infrastructure except building a wall and having Mexico pay for it. That's it. And so everybody who's independent, I don't care whether they're Republican, Democrat, Independent, anybody who just looks at his plans has concluded that it's not going to work. And one particular economist who looked at his plans, somebody who advised John McCain back in 2008, so you know that he's not a Democrat, he's an independent economic analyst, and he basically said, if Trump were able to implement what he's proposing, heaven forbid, it would cost 3.5 million jobs. He would actually reduce jobs. And then to be fair, he looked at what I'm proposing, and he said what I'm proposing would create at least 10 million new jobs in the first 4 years. Now, if you just take Florida as an example, if you look at his numbers, here in Florida, you would gain 650,000 jobs from what I'm proposing. Under Trump, you would lose 200,000 jobs. So I think as people really consider their choice in the next 3 months, it's pretty clear which of us is actually going to help grow the economy, create more opportunity, get incomes rising, and who is not. Now, I want to say a special word about Puerto Rico. As some of you know, I was a senator from New York for 8 years, and I paid a lot of attention to Puerto Rico. We had a big Puerto Rican population in New York, just like you do here in Central Florida. And it's really important to me that we do what we can to help the people of Puerto Rico get the kind of support that they deserve to have, because let's remember a couple of things. Puerto Ricans are American citizens, right? Puerto Rican men and women have served at a disproportionately high level in the United States military over the years. If you live in Puerto Rico, you can't vote for your president and commander-in-chief, right? But as an American citizen, if you move to Florida or New York, you can vote for the President and Commander-in-Chief. So I want to do everything I can to get Puerto Rico back on a path of prosperity, to help the people in Puerto Rico, and to do everything I can to make sure that they are not left out and left behind, because they are part of our family. And I'm going to do what I can to make sure that they get the help that they need. Now, I think it's important, as you look at all of these issues facing us here at home and around the world, to really ask yourselves, what do you want in the next President and Commander-in-Chief? What kind of experience, what kind of vision do you want? And I think it's fair to ask, as Senator Nelson was, you know, the choice here is not just between two people. You know, that's obvious. My name will be on the ballot, his name will be on the ballot. It's much bigger than that. It's a choice between two different views of who we are as Americans and the vision we have for our future. I told you I am confident and optimistic. You could see the difference in the two conventions. You could see the Republican convention in Cleveland, which was filled with so much negativity and pessimism. I didn't know what country they were talking about. Do we have problems? Yeah, we do have problems. Do we have challenges? Yes, we do have challenges. Are we up to them? I think so. I believe we are. It doesn't only take leadership, it also takes citizenship. We all have to pull together. That's why I believe we are stronger together in meeting the challenges of the future. So I can't do this alone. Unlike Donald Trump, who in his acceptance speech said, "I alone can fix it." That's not what I believe. I believe I will do my very best, but I want all of you to be part of making this country everything it should be. I want small businesses to get started and growing. I want workers to get the fair pay and benefits you deserve to have. I want young children to have the best chance to go as far as their hard work and talent will take them. That's the America that I know and that I see and that we're going to make sure is there for everyone. So here's what I need. I need your help, and I'm not beating around the bush. I need your help. I need you to be sure that we get everybody registered to vote who is eligible to vote. I invite you to be part of this campaign. Do we have some clipboards around here? Yes, there's a clipboard. If you aren't registered and you're eligible, see the persons with the clipboards here. We want you to be registered, and then we want you to be part of this campaign. If you can give us time to knock on doors, to call people, we need you. If you're interested, text JOIN, J-O-I-N, 47246, or go to our website, HillaryClinton.com, because we are going to work to produce the biggest possible vote, because we want everybody to understand we have an agenda that we're going to get working on the very first day that includes new jobs and infrastructure, comprehensive immigration reform with a path to citizenship. We're going to keep our country safe, and yes, we're going to go after the gun lobby and try to get common sense gun safety measures. Now, as I said in my convention speech, because I know there are a lot of hunters, there's a lot of collectors, I understand that. I come from a family that had guns, I understand that, so here's what I want you to know. We are not going to repeal the Second Amendment. We are not going to take anybody's gun away. We are going to try to prevent somebody who shouldn't have a gun from shooting you or somebody that you care about. So, my friends, we've got 3 months. Let's do everything we can to win this election and then to be in a position to work together to create the kind of change that will lift people up, not push them down, that will make sure that the economy works for everybody, that we are safe, and that we are unified. If you're with me, please, let's go out, work hard, let's win, and then let's build the future that we want for our kids and ourselves. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, folks, what we're going to do is take you to a little bit of the State Department briefing from a little bit ago.
Was not permitted in the run-up to its adoption. Once the results are final, again, we understand these are preliminary results, we urge Thai authorities to proceed with next steps to return Thailand to elected, civilian-led government as soon as possible. As part of the process to return Thailand to democracy, we strongly urge the government to lift restrictions on civil liberties, including freedom of expression, the right to peaceful assembly, so the Thai people can engage in an open, unimpeded dialogue about the country's political future.
And can you address specifically the question of your view of the draft constitution itself and the seats reserved for military chosen lawmakers?
I think I raised our concerns on the process leading up to the draft constitution. We raised concerns about it not being inclusive, not being open. You know, in terms of the reservation for the military seats, you know, as I said, we continue to urge Thai authorities to return Thailand to an elected, civilian-led government as soon as possible.
And then one other one on the Philippines.
Sure.
You'll have seen that dozens of Philippine government and police officials turned themselves in on Monday, a day after newly inaugurated President Duterte linked them to the drug trade. If I understand it correctly, the president had ordered the police to hunt these people down if they failed to surrender within 24 hours. So a couple of questions here. One is, Is this a good judicious use of, the exercise of the rule of law to demand people surrender and threaten to hunt them down? And second, what do you think about the hundreds of people who have been killed since Duterte came into office as president? These are, by some estimates, it's 400. By other estimates, as many as 800 people have been killed as suspected drug dealers, including some by vigilante squads since he took office. What do you think about that?
So there's a lot there. I guess I'd start sort of taking a back step and taking a look at our partnership, which is based on respect for rule of law. We'll continue in our conversations with Filipino authorities to emphasize the importance of this fundamental democratic principle. We, as you know, and you've heard us say many times from this podium, speaking broadly, is we believe in rule of law. We believe in due process. We believe in respect for universal human rights. We believe fundamentally that those aspects ensure and promote long-term security. We are concerned by these detentions, as well as the extrajudicial killing of individuals suspected to be involved in drug activity in the Philippines. We strongly urge the Philippines to ensure its law enforcement efforts comply with its human rights obligations. Okay, Barbara.
Changing the topic?
No, are you guys, I'm sorry, I've got one more on Philippines, then I'll go to you.
If I may,
Of
is
course.
that true? The United States recently announced $32 million in assistance to Manila's efforts to fight against drug trafficking.
Okay, so the 32 million is not new funding. So I actually need to correct you there. It's rather cumulative funding previously appropriated that we're currently implementing. Assistance provided to these funds, I'd like to emphasize, is subject to the same vetting that our other security assistance is. So all of our security assistance promotes human rights through training, content, and by promoting professionalism, due process, and rule of law.
Just want to clarify, so
Of
the
course.
32 million should not be used in any activities involve actual judicial killings.
No, exactly.
And then I don't know if you saw the report recently come out from Duterte, have some very strong words to say about U.S. Ambassador to Philippines, Ambassador Goldberg. Given the remarks being so insulting to U.S. envoy, how should we expect a cordial cooperation between the two?
I would say two things on that. First, specifically on the remarks, we've seen those inappropriate comments made about Ambassador Goldberg. He's a multi-time ambassador, one of our most senior U.S. diplomats. We have asked the Philippines chargé to come into the State Department to clarify those remarks.
When did you call the chargé in?
I understand that that happened today.
And what did you, besides just asking for clarification, what did you?
I'm not going to read out that detailed conversation, but it was specifically on those remarks. Oh, hold on. Yeah.
What were there specific remarks that were raised with the chargé?
Yes, specific remarks that were made about our ambassador to the Philippines.
I know, and I'm aware of what they were, but was there anything that was more egregious in what was said than?
No, I'm not gonna detail that conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah, just two questions about Turkey.
Sure.
Turkish officials have said they want a number of people associated with Gülen extradited as well. Can you tell us anything about that? Have they made any requests who these people are and what association they have with him?
Yeah, as always, and I think we've spoken at this quite a bit about Mr. Gülen himself. The extradition process is a formal, legal, technical process. We're not going to unpack that. In terms of other extradition requests coming in, I have no information. I couldn't speak to them.
And they said today also in Turkey that 10 foreign nationals had been arrested associated with him. Do you have any information about that? Were any of them Americans?
I have no information on that.
And just no quick change of topic since I'm speaking.
Well, you know what? Any more on Turkey? I'm sure we have more on Turkey. Barbara, let's close this out and then we'll go back. Go ahead.
I was wondering if you have any travel announcement for Secretary Kerry, because there are reports suggesting that the Secretary will be in Turkey on August 24th.
I have no travel to announce. Anything more on Turkey?
Yeah. Do you have any comments on what Mr. Erdogan just said, that he wants to
he wants to improve relations with Russia and work with Russia in the fight against ISIS and many other issues. Does that, first of all, does that concern you? Do you have any comment on that? Is that in any way puts the spotlight on sort of strained U.S.-Turkish relations?
You know, I guess what I would do is emphasize where we've been since this failed coup. Turkey is a friend, it's a NATO ally, it's a partner. You know, we stand with Turkey as they continue to work through this. This isn't a zero-sum game, and certainly the fight against Daesh is something that concerns all of us, regardless of where we are in the world. Not just Daesh, but violent extremism writ large. So, you know, I've seen President Erdogan's comments. I wouldn't have anything specific more than that to read out.
So what do you think? I mean, how do you explain this insistence, you know, right across the whole political, media, and so on fabric of Turkey, that they insist that somehow the United States was involved with this coup in one way or another?
Yeah.
You know, this just keeps on going.
Yeah.
You know,
We've spoken about that, Saeed. We've dismissed it absolutely as absurd, as without fact. You know, I'm not going to bat back, you know, every piece of rhetoric that we see in reporting. I can't tell you if it's accurate. But what I can tell you is accurate is that we stand with the democratically elected government of Turkey as well as the Turkish people.
So do you
wait, are we staying on Turkey, Saeed?
I'm done.
Okay, more on Turkey?
Turkey?
Go ahead.
President Erdogan, as you know, has been pushing for Turkish national reconciliation in the wake of the attempted coup, with all parties except the pro-Kurdish HDP, which is conspicuously left out of this national reconciliation. Do you have any comment on that? Do you think it is a prudent idea?
I wouldn't speak to that at all. I think, you know, what President Erdogan does as he continues to build reconciliation and continue, you know, building Turkish democracy is for him to speak to.
You actually believe that he's building reconciliation?
I would say
they've arrested
that
60,000 people, right?
No, and we're aware of this.
Is that reconciliation?
What I would say is that we have spoken about this a lot. We've spoken about our concerns, you know, with Turkey, both publicly and privately. You know, in speaking specifically to comments on which party he's talking to and the logistics and where and what, I'm just not going to speak to it all.
Okay, but do you believe that he is promoting reconciliation?
I think
because there are a lot
that-
of people who believe that he's going after anybody who he thinks is an opponent to his rule.
You know, I think that, what are we? We're 20 days away from, you know, what was a failed coup attempt. I think that this was, you know, a profoundly, it was a critical period for Turkey, and I think Turkey is still working through that. As we stand with Turkey, as they continue to investigate, as they continue to work through this, you know, we have raised our views on as they respect, you know, international norms and human rights within Turkey.
But usually, if there is a minority, ethnic or religious, which is discriminated against in some country, the United States expresses, and rightly so, some objection. In the case of the Kurds of Turkey, they had nothing to do with the coup. Even Erdogan isn't claiming that. But still, they are excluded from this national reconciliation that he's promoting. That seems to be okay with you?
No, I think it's a question, as I said, that you need to speak to Turkey about. More on Turkey? Or wait, do we have one more? And then we're going to go to Barbara, because I owe her one. Are we on Turkey?
Turkey.
Go ahead, Abby.
Do you have any further information on the 10 foreigners who were arrested? In the sense, are you actively trying to find out more about whether
I just have
Americans
no
were involved,
information
or?
on that at all. I've seen the same reports. Okay. Anything more on Turkey? Then we're going to go to Barbara, then we'll go over to Syria.
Syria as well.
Well, there we go.
Yeah. So just your response on the opposition in Aleppo, opposition forces breaking through the siege. Do you welcome that? Because this should presumably bring in some humanitarian access to that part of the city.
So what I would say is, first, it's an extremely fluid situation in Aleppo. We continue, as you can imagine, as the other members of the international community, to monitor this very closely. I believe you saw the UN met today on this. I think you saw Ambassador Power's remarks on this. This is really where we're focused. All parties must open for delivery of humanitarian supplies to all residents of Aleppo. We are very focused on the impact on civilians right now. As we've said, you know, the style of starvation tactics, denial of humanitarian goods, targeting of civilians are never justified.
Moon Valley Nursery does it all. We design,
on the ground, who's in control of what. You know, it's a very fluid situation now where we continue to get readouts and reports on that.
But we saw the footages that the opposition
Yeah.
broke the siege on eastern Aleppo. In principle, do you support such a movement?
In principle, we support access for the civilians there to get the humanitarian support they need. We support an inflow of medical aid, food aid, water, potable water. That's really our focus on that. In terms of how sustainable that is, in terms of where the fighting groups on the ground, I just can't speak to it because it is so fluid.
Do you see it as a positive development?
I think the positive development is seeing civilians get the humanitarian aid that they need.
So you're not alarmed that there's an assault by opposition groups on Aleppo? I mean, you expressed a great deal of alarm when the situation was reversed, when the government
I mean,
forces...
what we are alarmed about is any party targeting civilians, any civilian being impacted by this sort of fighting. And as we said today at the UN, as we've said repeatedly, our priority right now is that humanitarian access.
Are you concerned that the opposition groups are using American arms, such as, you know, anti-tank missiles and so on? And how did they get their hands on it? Was it through the CIA?
I can't speak to sort of equipment,
some
and
of your
again,
allies?
I'm not going to speak to operations on the ground. As I said, humanitarian access right now, today, is #1 for us.
Would you be concerned if, let's say, some of your allies, like the Saudis or the Qataris, were providing the opposition with American-made weapons without clearing it with you first, such as the TOW
I mean,
missiles?
certainly our end-use agreement for weapons is something that we track very closely, Saeed. Wait, hold on one second. Let's finish up Syria. Go
Any
ahead.
talks
Michal.
with the Russians about the situation in Aleppo in the last?
So as you know, we continue to have those conversations at Geneva. We continue to have discussions on this in terms of, you know, what the situation is in the ground on Aleppo. Of course, we continue to see the same information.
But any breakthrough? Any?
Yeah, I have no update on that from where we were last week. Are we done with Syria? Let's go to Afghanistan.
Afghan officials are worried that the Taliban may be forging an informal alliance with ISIL in eastern Afghanistan. Just today, Afghan General Mohammad Zaman Waziri was quoted as saying, they fought deadly battles with the Taliban before, but over the past 2 months, there has been no fighting among them. Is the U.S. concerned about a possible alliance between ISIL and the Taliban?
Yeah, so we are, thank you for the question. We're aware of the reports. We're obviously monitoring the presence of Daesh-affiliated individuals and groups in Afghanistan. We remain actively engaged with the government of Afghanistan, as well as our partners in the region, to deny terrorist organizations such as Daesh or their branches safe haven and material support. In terms of the confirmation, if they are working together, I just don't have any confirmation I can provide at that time. We've seen the same reports.
Is it still U.S. policy to reconcile with the Taliban?
You know, we believe the Taliban have a choice. You know, rather than continuing to fight their fellow Afghans and destabilizing their country, we believe they should engage in a peace process and ultimately become a legitimate part of the political system of a sovereign, united Afghanistan supported by the international community.
The Taliban now seem all but willing to engage in a reconciliation process. Are you worried that they may reconcile with ISIL instead?
You know, I think I'll leave my comments where I said the Taliban have a choice. We've made that choice clear. I think the Afghan government has also made that choice clear.
Afghanistan?
Of course.
Do you have anything on, apparently there's an American along with an Australian abducted in Kabul on Sunday night. Do you have anything on that near the American University of Afghanistan?
So you've all seen those reports, you know, due to privacy considerations. I have nothing further to add at this time.
Okay, can you tell us, I believe earlier in the year you guys put out a warning. What's the overall, your current assessment of just the security threat to American citizens in Kabul and Afghanistan right now?
So I would direct you, and thank you for that, because that was a great lead-in, travel.state.gov, Travel to all areas of Afghanistan remains unsafe. We do note that the U.S. Embassy's ability to provide emergency.
All right, folks. Samia coming up next for your evening edition of News Now.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I will be with you momentarily. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys the State Department update from earlier today. Stand by.
Bring these murderers to justice. These terrorists targeted a hospital, the judiciary, and the media, the most important pillars of democracy. These brutal and senseless attacks only deepen our shared resolve to defeat terrorism around the world. We'll continue to work with our partners in Pakistan and across the region to combat this threat. Next, on Macedonia, the United States expresses its condolences to all those in Macedonia who have suffered in the recent flooding. The people of Macedonia are in our thoughts and prayers as they mourn the dead, treat the injured, and address the extensive losses and damage caused. With that, Matt.
Okay. I don't have a lot today, but let's start with seeing if get an answer to a question that I asked twice, that was asked twice last week, having to do with the Iran and the $400 million shipment. And that question is, are you now able to say whether or not the plane with the money landed before the plane with the prisoners took off from Tehran? Because as you may know, since the question was last asked on Thursday, one of the former prisoners said that they had to wait for this other plane, or at least an other plane to arrive. Are you able to shed any more light on that?
So I'm not going to get into the TikTok of specifics, but claims that our freed Americans were not allowed to depart Iran until a plane full of cash landed anywhere are false. As U.S. officials had previously publicly discussed, there was a delay in our citizens being released that day that had nothing to do with the Hague settlement and was related to resolving some last-minute issues solely related to the prisoners. Most importantly, locating and ensuring all of the individuals who were involved with the prisoner swap were on the plane and ready to depart with Mr. Rezaian, Mr. Abedini, and Mr. Hekmati. Suffice it to say, getting all the pieces put into place, making sure our citizens were released, and with our reciprocal goodwill gesture of providing relief to certain Iranian citizens here in the United States required delicate diplomacy up to the end. So I think that answers your question.
So, okay, I missed the part where you said that when the plane arrived.
It was the question if there was a delay before the plane taking off until a plane coming down. It was false.
There was not. So, in other words.
There was not a delay. There was no timing that was associated between the two.
Okay, well, whether or not you intended for there to be timing or not, is it correct that the plane with the money landed before the plane with the prisoners took off?
No, claims that the freed Americans were not allowed to depart until a plane full of cash, and I'm doing that in air quotes, are just false.
Yeah, but still, in terms of the timing of it, did one arrive before the other left?
There was no delay in allowing the Americans to leave.
Well, you just said there was a delay, and it was related to
Well, there was no delay waiting for a second plane full of cash.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand that you don't want to draw any connection between the two things. I just want to know whether or not the plane with the money landed before the plane with the
Yeah, I'm not going to get into a
prisoners took
TikTok.
off.
What I do, though, want to disassociate the idea, that you haven't said, but has been in the public narrative, that there was some sort of tie between the two.
Yeah, I realize that you guys don't think there was, but it seems a very simple question to ask whether or not the plane with the money landed before the plane with the prisoners took off. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I have no exact TikTok on that. What I do know is that the plane with the Americans was only delayed taking off because of logistics that were associated with the people on board.
And then also on Iran, you probably will have seen that the Iranians yesterday confirmed that the execution of this nuclear scientist who had come to the U.S. and then left. Given the fact that he was here and that you all spoke about it at the time that he returned to Iran, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about this, if you're trying to track it any more closely than you would another case.
But what I'd say is, of course, we've seen those reports. We reaffirm our calls on Iran to respect and protect human rights, to ensure fair and transparent judicial proceedings in all cases. We have consistently and publicly expressed our concerns about Iran's human rights record through a range of channels. As you know, we include a large number of Iranian cases in our annual human rights report, in our International Religious Freedom report. We also partner with other countries to discuss this in the UN General Assembly and the UN Human Rights Council.
So the way that the administration is looking at it then is as a case, just like a human rights potentially human rights violation case, not anything special because of his
Correct.
His past. Okay.
And do you believe that he did not receive due process?
What I would say is that, you know, we've raised our concerns on that. I'm not going to speak specifically about this case. As Matt indicated, we were very public about this case when he chose to return to Iran. Just going to let our comments.
But why, I mean, you're talking generally about concerns about due process, but, you know, we're asking about a specific individual. Do you think he got due process or not?
Yeah, I couldn't speak to Iranian judicial procedures related to the specific case. You know, when this individual chose to return to Iran, we obviously spoke about it then. You know, as I said, we've made our concerns known writ large around around Iranian due process, around Iranian respect for human rights.
Okay. Can we move to
Sure, Matt, you're good?
East Asia?
Arshad.
Two topics. One,
Sure.
What is your assessment of the vote in Thailand about the referendum there? And in particular, do you believe, A, that the environment in the country prior to the vote was conducive to a free and fair vote without intimidation? And B, do you believe that the approval of the new constitution, including the provisions reserving seats for the military or military chosen lawmakers, is a good thing for democracy?
Okay. So I've quite a bit to say on this, so thank you for the question. We do note that Thailand's Electoral Commission has announced preliminary results that a majority of Thai citizens who voted in a national referendum on August 7th approved a proposed constitution. We do, in response to your second question, remain concerned that the drafting process for the Constitution was not inclusive and that open debate was not permitted in the run-up to its adoption. Once the results are final, again, we understand these are preliminary results, we urge Thai authorities to proceed with next steps to return Thailand to elected, civilian-led government as soon as possible. As part of the process to return Thailand to democracy, we strongly urge the government to lift restrictions on civil liberties, including freedom of expression, the right to peaceful assembly, so the Thai people can engage in an open, unimpeded dialogue about the country's political future.
And can you address specifically the question of your view of the draft constitution itself and the seats reserved for military chosen lawmakers?
I think I raised our concerns on the process leading up to the draft constitution. We raised concerns about it not being inclusive, not being open. You know, in terms of the reservation for the military seats, you know, as I said, we continue to urge Thai authorities to return Thailand to an elected, civilian-led government as soon as possible.
And then one other one on the Philippines.
Sure.
You'll have seen that dozens of Philippine government and police officials turned themselves in on Monday, a day after newly inaugurated President Duterte linked them to the drug trade. If I understand it correctly, the president had ordered the police to hunt these people down if they failed to surrender within 24 hours. So a couple of questions here. One is this a good judicious use of, you know, the exercise of the rule of law to demand people surrender and threaten to hunt them down? And second, what do you think about the hundreds of people who have been killed since Duterte came into office as president? these are, by some estimates, it's 400. By other estimates, as many as 800 people have been killed as suspected drug dealers, including some by vigilante squads since he took office. What do you think about that?
So there's a lot there. You know, I guess I'd start sort of taking a back step and taking a look at our partnership, which is based on respect for rule of law. We'll continue in our conversations with Filipino authorities to emphasize the importance of this fundamental democratic principle. You know, we, as you know, and you've heard us say many times from this podium, speaking broadly, is we believe in rule of law. We believe in due process. We believe in respect for universal human rights. We believe fundamentally that those aspects ensure and promote long-term security. We are concerned by these detentions, as well as the extrajudicial killing of individuals suspected to be involved in drug activity in the Philippines. We strongly urge the Philippines to ensure its law enforcement efforts comply with its human rights obligations. Okay, Barbara.
Changing the topic? No,
Are you guys, I'm sorry, I've got one more on Philippines, then I'll go to you.
If I may,
Of
is
course.
that true? The United States recently announced $32 million in assistance to Manila's efforts to fight against drug trafficking.
Okay, so the 32 million is not new funding, so I actually need to correct you there. It's rather cumulative funding previously appropriated that we're currently implementing. Assistance provided to these funds, I'd like to emphasize, is subject to the same vetting that our other security assistance is. So all of our security assistance promotes human rights through training, content, and by promoting professionalism, due process, and rule of law.
Just want to clarify, so
Of
the
course.
32 million should not be used in any activities involve actual judicial killings.
No, exactly.
And then I don't know if you saw the report recently come out from Duterte, have some very strong words to say about U.S. ambassador to Philippines, and Mr. Goldberg. Given the remarks being so insulting to U.S. envoy, how should we expect a cordial cooperation between the two?
I would say two things on that. First, specifically on the remarks, we've seen those inappropriate comments made about Ambassador Goldberg. He's a multi-time ambassador, one of our most senior U.S. diplomats. We have asked the Philippines chargé to come into the State Department to clarify those remarks.
When did you call the chargé in?
I understand that that happened today.
And what did you, besides just asking for clarification, I mean, what did you?
Yeah, I'm not going to read out that detailed conversation, but it was specifically on those remarks. Oh, hold on. Yeah.
What were there specific remarks that were raised with the chargé?
Yes, specific remarks that were made about our ambassador to the Philippines.
I know, and I'm aware of what they were, but was there anything that was more egregious in what was said than?
No, I'm not gonna detail that conversation. No. Go ahead.
Yeah, just two questions about Turkey.
Sure.
Turkish officials have said they want a number of people associated with Gulen extradited as well. Can you tell us anything about that? Have they made any requests who these people are and what association they have with him?
Yeah, as always, and I think we've spoken at this quite a bit about Mr. Gulen himself. The extradition process is a formal, legal, technical process. We're not going to unpack that. In terms of other extradition requests coming in, I have no information. I couldn't speak to them.
And they said today also in Turkey that 10 foreign nationals had been arrested associated with him. Do you have any information about that? Were any of them Americans?
I have no information on that.
And just no quick change of topic since I'm speaking.
Well, you know what? Any more on Turkey? I'm sure we have more on Turkey. Barbara, let's close this
Sure.
out and then we'll go back. Go ahead.
I was wondering if you have any travel announcement for Secretary Kerry, because there are reports suggesting that Secretary will be in Turkey on August 24th.
I have no travel to announce. Anything more on Turkey?
Do you have any comments on what Mr. Erdogan just said, that he wants to, he wants to improve relations with Russia and work with Russia in the fight against ISIS and many other issues? First of all, does that concern you? Do you have any comment on that? Does that in any way puts the spotlight on sort of strained U.S.-Turkish relations?
You know, I guess what I would do is emphasize where we've been since this failed coup. Turkey is a friend. It's a NATO ally. It's a partner. You know, we stand with Turkey as they continue to work through this. This isn't a zero-sum game. And certainly the fight against Daesh is something that concerns all of us, regardless of where we are in the world. Not just Daesh, but violent extremism writ large. So, you know, I've seen President Erdogan's comments. I wouldn't have anything specific more than that to read out.
So what do you think? I mean, how do you explain this insistence, you know, right across the whole political, media, and so on fabric of Turkey, that they insist that somehow the United States was involved with this coup in one way or another?
Yeah.
You know, this just keeps on going.
Yeah.
You know,
We've
it has
spoken
not-
about that, Saeed.
I
We've
understand, but
dismissed it absolutely as absurd, as without fact. You know, I'm not going to bat back, you know, every piece of rhetoric that we see in reporting. I can't tell you if it's accurate. But what I can tell you is accurate is that we stand with the democratically elected government of Turkey as well as the Turkish people.
So do you
Anything, wait, are we staying on Turkey, Saeed?
I'm done.
Okay, more on Turkey?
Turkey?
Go ahead.
President Erdogan, as you know, has been pushing for Turkish national reconciliation in the wake of the attempted coup, with all parties except the pro-Kurdish HDP, which is conspicuously left out of this national reconciliation. Do you have any comment on that? Do you think it is a prudent idea?
I wouldn't speak to that at all. I think, you know, what President Erdogan does as he continues to build reconciliation and continue, you know, building Turkish democracy is for him to speak to.
You actually believe that he's building reconciliation?
I would say
They've arrested
that
60,000 people,
You
right?
know, and
since the
we're
coup.
aware of this.
Is that reconciliation?
What I would say is that we have spoken about this a lot. We've spoken about our concerns, you know, with Turkey, both publicly and privately. You know, in speaking specifically to comments on which party he's talking to and the logistics and where and what, I'm just not going to speak to it all.
Okay, but do you believe that he is promoting reconciliation?
I think
Because there are a lot
that-
of people who believe that he's going after anybody who he thinks is an opponent to his rule.
You know, I think that, what are we? We're 20 days away from, you know, what was a failed coup attempt. I think that this was, you know, a profoundly, it was a critical period for Turkey, and I think Turkey is still working through that. As we stand with Turkey, as they continue to investigate, as they continue to work through this, you know, we have raised our views on as they respect, you know, international norms and human rights within Turkey.
But usually, if there is a minority, ethnic or religious, which is discriminated against in some country, the United States expresses, and rightly so, some objection. In the case of the Kurds of Turkey, they had nothing to do with the coup. Even Erdogan isn't claiming that. But still, they are excluded from this national reconciliation that he's promoting. That seems to be okay with you?
No, I think it's a question, as I said, that you need to speak to Turkey about. More on Turkey? Or wait, do we have one more? And then we're going to go to Barbara, because I owe her one. Are we on Turkey?
Turkey.
Go ahead, Abby.
Do you have any further information on the 10 foreigners who were arrested? In the sense, are you actively trying to find out more about whether
Yeah, I just have
Americans
no
were involved,
information
or-
on that at all. I've seen the same reports. Okay. Anything more on Turkey? Then we're going to go to Barbara, then we'll go over to Syria.
Syria as well.
Well, there we go.
Yeah. So just your response on the opposition in Aleppo, opposition forces breaking through the siege. Do you welcome that? Because this should presumably bring in some humanitarian access to that part of the city.
So what I would say is, first, it's an extremely fluid situation in Aleppo. We continue, as you can imagine, as the other members of the international community, to monitor this very closely. I believe you saw the UN met today on this. I think you saw Ambassador Power's remarks on this. This is really where we're focused. All parties must open for delivery of humanitarian supplies to all residents of Aleppo. We are very focused on the impact on civilians right now. As we've said, you know, the style of starvation tactics, denial of humanitarian goods, targeting of civilians are never justified. In terms of sort of operations on the ground, who's in control of what, you know, it's a very fluid situation now where we continue to get readouts and reports on that.
But we saw the footages that the opposition
Yeah.
broke the siege on eastern Aleppo. In principle, do you support such a movement?
In principle, we support access for the civilians there to get the humanitarian support they need. We support an inflow of medical aid, food aid, water, potable water. That's really our focus on that. In terms of how sustainable that is, in terms of where the fighting groups on the ground, I just can't speak to it because it is so fluid.
Do you see it as a positive development?
I think the positive development is seeing civilians get the humanitarian aid that they need.
So you're not alarmed that there is an assault by opposition groups on Aleppo? I mean, you expressed a great deal of alarm when the situation was reversed, when the government
I mean,
forces...
what we are
so-
alarmed about is any party targeting civilians, any civilian being impacted by this sort of fighting. And as we said today at the UN, as we've said repeatedly, our priority right now is that humanitarian access.
Are you concerned that the opposition groups are using American arms such as, you know, anti-tank missiles and so on? And how did they get their hands on it? Was it through the CIA?
I can't speak to sort of equipment,
Or some
and
of your
again,
allies?
I'm not going to speak to operations on the ground. As I said, humanitarian access right now, today, is number one for us.
Would you be concerned if, let's say, some of your allies like the Saudis or the Qataris were providing the opposition with American-made weapons without clearing it with you first, such as the TOW
I mean,
missiles?
certainly our end-use agreement for weapons is something that we track very closely, Saeed. Wait, hold on one second. Let's finish up Syria. Go
Any
ahead.
talks
Michal.
with the Russians about the situation in Aleppo in the last?
So as you know, we continue to have those conversations at Geneva. We continue to have discussions on this in terms of, you know, what the situation is in the ground on Aleppo. Of course, we continue to see the same information.
But any breakthrough? Any?
Yeah, I have no update on that from where we were last week. Are we done with Syria? Let's go to Afghanistan.
Afghan officials are worried that the Taliban may be forging an informal alliance with ISIL in eastern Afghanistan. Just today, Afghan General Mohammad Zaman Waziri was quoted as saying, they fought deadly battles with the Taliban before, but over the past 2 months, there has been no fighting among them. Is the U.S. concerned about a possible alliance between ISIL and the Taliban?
Yeah, so we are, thank you for the question. We're aware of the reports. We're obviously monitoring the presence of Daesh-affiliated individuals and groups in Afghanistan. We remain actively engaged with the government of Afghanistan, as well as our partners in the region, to deny terrorist organizations such as Daesh or their branches safe haven and material support. In terms of the confirmation, if they are working together, I just don't have any confirmation I can provide at that time. We've seen the same reports.
Is it still U.S. policy to reconcile with the Taliban?
You know, we believe the Taliban have a choice. You know, rather than continuing to fight their fellow Afghans and destabilizing their country, we believe they should engage in a peace process and ultimately become a legitimate part of the political system of a sovereign, united Afghanistan supported by the international community.
The Taliban now seem all but willing to engage in a reconciliation process. Are you worried that they may reconcile with ISIL instead?
You know, I think I'll leave my comments where I said the Taliban have a choice. We've made that choice clear. I think the Afghan government has also made that choice clear.
Afghanistan?
Of course.
Do you have anything on, apparently there's an American along with an Australian abducted in Kabul on Sunday night. Do you have anything on that near the American University of Afghanistan?
So you've all seen those reports, you know, due to privacy considerations. I have nothing further to add at this time.
Okay, can you tell us, I believe earlier in the year you guys put out a warning. What's the overall, your current assessment of just the security threat to American citizens in Kabul and Afghanistan right now?
So I would direct you, and thank you for that, because that was a great lead-in. Travel.state.gov. Travel to all areas of Afghanistan remains unsafe. We do note that the U.S. Embassy's ability to provide emergency consular assistance to U.S. citizens in Afghanistan is severely limited. For the latest on that, though, check out travel.state.gov. There is a travel warning in place. Do we have more on Afghanistan? I'm sorry, Saeed. Are you okay? Let's do Pakistan.
I saw your statement, opening statement on Quetta,
Yeah.
and Pakistani Taliban has claimed credit for it. Do you believe that Pakistani Taliban?
You know,
will do
I've seen a number of claims of responsibility for that. I'm not in a position to confirm any of that. I'd refer you to the government of Pakistan on that. Regardless of who's responsible for this act of terror, we condemn it.
that? Have they sought any assistance from you in
We've offered
investigating?
assistance. I don't have any feedback if they've accepted.
Has SRAP or the secretary been able to talk to
I
the
don't have
counterparts?
calls to read out now, but you know, I think, that our ambassador remains in close touch with Pakistani authorities.
This is also another question on, there was a press conference in Karachi today by Syed Salahuddin, in which he said that he basically sort of threatened of nuclear warfare between India and Pakistan. How do you see such statements coming from terrorist leaders inside Pakistan?
Okay, and the name again?
Syed Salahuddin?
Yeah. You know, what I would say is, I've seen those comments. You know, we believe that regional safety and security actually is the responsibility not only of the two countries to speak directly to each other, but also to have that support within the broader international community. You know, I'm not going to respond to every piece of rhetoric that I've seen coming out of that. You know, of course, violence is a concern to us, but what I would say is that issues like this are best resolved through dialogue between those countries.
Do you consider
I'm sorry, one more second, last one.
Do you consider this as a rhetoric, or are you
I think-
worried about such statements coming out from leaders who have close contacts with some people in the establishment?
You know, I wouldn't characterize something out of hand as rhetoric. What I would say is I've seen reports, and anything that doesn't lead to a calm and peaceful and moderate, you know, resolution of differences, then is not helpful. Saeed. Of course we can.
First of all, let me ask you about the Palestinian Authority. The police of the Palestinian Authority last week severely beat Palestinian children and, in fact, broke their arms, their legs, and in some instances they were demonstrating against power cuts. Now, this police is trained and financed by the United States of America. Do you have a position on this?
Well, we obviously condemn violence against innocent civilians. You know, I haven't seen these particular reports, but I would say that is our broad position on that.
Well, you know, we often talk about Israel and the Palestinians in prison, but also in PA prisons, there seems to be a great deal of abuses, human rights and otherwise, for Palestinian prisoners. How do you keep, or how do you maintain, how do you ensure that they continue to adhere to international standards, the Palestinian Authority, considering that it is not really a state, but you do maintain some sort of a close observation of what they do?
You know, I would say a few things on that. You know, certainly I think the conversation with Palestinian leaders is important. I'd also say that the international community plays a very important role in this. I would think that, you know, as we take a look at our annual reports, you know, we certainly cite this. Again, you know, speaking specifically to the reports that you indicated, I don't have a lot of details on that. You know, but violence in prisons is not isolated to any one country. It's something that I think concerns many countries around the world. And it's often a question of judicial reform, prison reform, training, transparency.
And I have one last question.
Sure.
I wanted to ask you about the village of Susia, the Palestinian village of Susia, which is, you know, about to be demolished, and inhabitants, 350 inhabitants are about to be removed by the Israeli defense forces or occupation forces. Do you have any comment on that?
So is this a new settlement?
No, it's been decided some time back, but now they are going to implement it. They say that these structures were illegally built, and of course this is an old Palestinian village, so.
So this is a question of demolitions you're asking out?
Yes, right. I mean,
You know, we've spoken, of course. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, you're constantly calling from this podium, you know, to urging the Israelis not to demolish, not to, you know, but obviously they're not listening to you. I
You
mean,
know,
so-
this is a conversation we've had a lot, and as we've said, you know, we are concerned by the accelerated rate of demolitions undertaken by Israeli authorities that continue in the West Bank as well as East Jerusalem. You know, we've discussed this before. Go ahead. Of course.
You guys watching this case against World Vision?
We are, Matt.
Do you have anything to say about that?
So we are aware of the reports. An employee at the Gaza branch of World Vision has been charged with redirecting humanitarian assistance funds on behalf of Hamas. We've seen the World Vision statement on this as well. We're very concerned with the allegations. We're following the Israeli investigation closely. If confirmed, Hamas's embezzlement of humanitarian assistance funds reaching, you know, some of the most vulnerable people would be reprehensible.
Are you concerned that this actually may open, it would bode very ill for Palestinians that are most in need for this humanitarian aid, because Israel will use this as a pretext to either, you know, prevent humanitarian groups from functioning there or restricting them and so on.
Yeah, that's a hypothetical. I'm not going to get ahead of the Israeli investigation on this. You know, we've made our position clear. We're in touch with Israeli authorities on this. You know, I don't think anyone disputes the need where this humanitarian assistance was targeted. Anything more on this issue? Okay, then let's move on. Nike?
Another demolition-related question, but this time is on Tibet. I wonder if you have anything to say about reports that Chinese has launched demolition against Tibetan Buddhist Institute without their consent.
Yes, we have seen those reports, and we are concerned that Chinese authorities initiated the demolition of residences at Lorong Gar Tibetan Buddhist Institute without the consent of the institute's leaders. We urge authorities to cease actions that may escalate tensions and to pursue forthright consultations with the institute's leaders to address any safety concerns in a way that does not infringe on the right of Tibetans to practice their religion freely. Go ahead.
Iran?
Yep.
So just following up on the Dr. Amiri case.
Yeah.
As it's been widely reported and it's become talked about a lot in recent days, that Dr. Amiri was referenced in the emails of former Secretary of State Clinton. Does the department think that, and some have even charged that there's a link between that appearance in unclassified emails and the prosecution and execution of Dr. Amiri? Does the department see any linkage between the two?
So we're not going to comment on what may have led to this event. But as we spoke about with Matt, you know, there was public reporting on this topic back in 2010. Former Secretary Clinton discussed this issue in public at that time. So this is not something that became public when the State Department released those emails. The press conference that she did was actually July 13th, 2010, where she specifically referenced this issue.
So there's no, I guess that there's no, not the redactions weren't looked at or and anything like that. I mean, is it not policy to re-review the redactions in a case like this, or what the policy was on that?
So I'd say none of the emails that have been raised by the media on this topic were upgraded to classified when they were released to the public through FOIA by the department. Okay. Yes, sir.
I just have to go back to the plane,
course.
the issue of the planes
Yeah.
and the prisoners. What was the logistical problem that kept them on the ground in Tehran?
It was locating and ensuring that all of the individuals who were involved with the prisoner swap were on the plane and were ready.
And how do you know that that wasn't related to a plane with cash arriving?
So we feel confident that that was a logistical issue that was solely related to the individuals on the plane.
But how do you know that? Because the Iranians told you, or the Iranians
It was our
find someone?
assessment based on the information we had.
Yeah, but I mean, there are many countries in the world where you can go through, you know, immigration and you're hit up for a bribe.
Mm-hmm.
And they might say that it's a logistical issue that's delaying you getting in, but in fact, they want some cash. So I'm just curious as to why it is that you're confident that it was an unrelated logistical issue in this case.
So based on the information that we knew and what was happening on the ground, we're confident that it was related solely to those individuals. Yes, sir.
Thank you. John David from Avenue City. You just condemned the killing of 93 people in the Koita bomb blast. I've just seen your comments. But at one side, U.S. condemned the killing of innocent Pakistanis, and on the other side, blocking the military assistance. You know about the Pentagon decision last week. Despite knowing the sacrifices Pakistan made in this war against terrorism, you still have the doubts about the sincerity of Pakistani security forces in their military operations. I mean, do you really believe that Pakistan is providing shelter to some of the terrorist groups?
Okay, so when you're asking specifically about the Department of Defense's certification of the funding, I'm going to refer you to the Department of Defense. What I will say is that Pakistan has said that they will go after all terrorists, regardless of affiliation. You know, I don't want to politicize this terror attack. This is reprehensible. What I will say is that we stand with Pakistan as they move forward on this fight against terror.
An American citizen, Matthew Barrett, who was previously deported from Pakistan on spy charges in 2011, was again arrested for re-entering in the country. Is there any contact with the Pakistani authorities on this?
So I've seen those reports. Due to privacy considerations, I have no information to offer you.
But he was arrested in 2011. Was there any kind of investigation at that time that was he really involved in spying?
As I said, due to privacy considerations, I have no information to offer. Sir?
Japan's emperor had delivered a video message that implies wishes on his abdication. Does U.S. State Department has any view or reaction to this?
So we greatly appreciate the Emperor's continuing contributions to the strong and enduring relationship between the United States and Japan. For further details on the Emperor's statement, I'd refer you to the government of Japan. And that's it? No. One more.
It's very brief, very brief.
Sure.
It's Bahrain.
Of course.
And I'm wondering, you guys have talked about the case of Nabil Rajab numerous times. His trial has now been delayed again. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts about that, and also reports that he's being denied medical.
So you're correct. We understand that that his next court date has now been scheduled for September 5th. We call on the government of Bahrain to release Nabil Rajab. Full stop.
Do you have anything about his treatment?
You know, I would say that representatives of the U.S. Embassy in Bahrain attended his last hearing. We'll continue to stay engaged on this.
No, I know, but I'm wondering if you have any concerns about how he is being treated in custody.
You know, we've raised concerns with the government of Bahrain, particularly on this case, in terms of his treatment in prison. I have nothing to read out.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, guys, that's a wrap on the State Department briefing from earlier. It looks like we're getting the live feed in from another Mike Pence event. Let's go ahead and watch this now, coming in live.
Thank you, Anna, very much for those kind words. And thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. You are standing in the 16th District of the Iowa House of Representatives, and this is a district that I've had the honor to represent for the last 6 years. So thank you. Welcome to my district, and thank you for coming tonight. I
Joni Ernst. I'm so excited. She's amazing. I know. How great is this woman? Senator Ernst has dedicated her life to Iowa and her country, having served in the military for over 23 years and now in the United States Senate. In November 2014, Joni was elected as the first woman to serve in the federal elected office from the state of Iowa and also became the first female combat veteran to serve in the United States Senate. In Washington, Joni serves on 4 Senate committees of 4 major importance to Iowans: armed services, agriculture, nutrition and forestry, homeland security and governmental affairs, and small business and entrepreneurship. Would you all please put your hands together and welcome Joni Ernst to the stage.
Oh my gosh, God bless you, Southwest Iowa. Thanks for coming out. Oh, it's great to have you here. It is really great to have such a tremendous crowd of supporters coming out for Trump Pence. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. So this week we are talking a lot about our plans for the future, jobs and economy. And I'll tell you, every time I'm traveling across the state of Iowa, what am I hearing from folks? No matter Southwest Iowa, Northwest Iowa, take it out to the east side of Iowa, employers are telling me how tough it is to create jobs with the status quo here in the United States. It is really tough. And what do we know going forward? Hillary Clinton plans on carrying on with that status quo. And we as Americans cannot afford 4 more years, just like the last 7 that we've had, can we? Right now we know last year's GDP, 1.2%. This is the worst recovery that we have had since the Great Depression. Folks, we can't do this anymore. We cannot do this anymore. We need Trump Pence. So what have we seen across the United States, and especially here in Iowa, things that we know about, things that I'm hearing from our small businesses, which our small businesses, they employ 97% of the folks in Iowa, 97%. So I'm hearing from our small businesses, I'm hearing from our farmers, I'm hearing from our ranchers. You know what's creating such a hard recession for us? It's the overtaxation. It is the overtaxation and over-regulation coming from the federal government. So when I'm out doing the 99-county tour across Iowa, what I'm hearing from all of those folks, farmers, ranchers, small businesses, large businesses, you name it, what I'm hearing is the over-regulation and the over-taxation. Over-regulation, and I'll give you one big example. The EPA and waters of the U.S. The expanded definition, bad for Iowa, bad for the United States, bad for our growth. So what did the Obama administration do in the EPA? They listened to the bureaucrats. They didn't listen to the hardworking folks in Iowa. They didn't listen to the hardworking folks all across the United States. They went ahead and implemented this rule, knowing that our economy and our growth would stagnate. It would stop. So what do we have to do, folks? We've got to change this administration. We've got to get rid of the bureaucrats we have in Washington, D.C. right now. We need someone in that White House who's going to appoint the right people in those agencies, people that understand we have hardworking Americans that need jobs here in the United States. That man is Donald there for hardworking Americans. We need those jobs right here at home. They get it, folks. So I'm asking you again, get out there, make sure your neighbors, your friends, your colleagues, your family gets out in November and votes for Trump Pence. And it is with such a great honor right now to introduce to you, your next Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence. Thank you. God bless you.
There she stood in the street, smiling from her head to her feet. I said, hey, what is this? My baby, maybe she's in need of a kiss.
Thank you, Senator Joni Ernst. Wow. Isn't she amazing? A principled conservative sent to Washington, D.C., who has already captured the imagination of conservatives across America. Thank you, Iowa, for Senator Joni Ernst. It is great to be in Council Bluffs in Iowa. I'm Mike Pence. Just a few short weeks ago, I was humbled and privileged with my wife at my side to accept my party's nomination to run and serve as the next Vice President of the United States of America. I have to tell you, I joined this campaign in a heartbeat because you have nominated a man for president who never quits, who never backs down, a fighter, a winner, and until now it seemed like he was out there all on his own, but now we are united. This movement is united, and this country's going to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States. Now, I gotta tell you, Donald Trump, having gotten to know him a little bit when the Klieg lights were off and the cameras were gone, just gotta tell you, he has connected with the aspirations and the frustrations of the American people like no other national leader in my lifetime since Ronald Reagan. Donald Trump gets it. He's the genuine article. He's a doer in a game usually reserved for talkers. And when Donald Trump does his talking, he doesn't go tiptoeing around those thousands of rules of political correctness that the media lays in the path of men and women that want to change this country. He has courage, he has candor, and he has the guts to make America great again. You know, the funny thing is, the party in power just doesn't seem to know what to do with the man. Of course, I'm referring to the media. I mean, think about it. I mean, the Democrats and the media, they keep telling each other the usual methods are going to work against them, don't they? They say stuff comes up. They keep thinking they've done him in. Now we've got him. Now it's over. Then they turn on the television the next morning, and Donald Trump is still standing stronger than ever before and fighting for everyday Americans to make this country great again. You know, Donald Trump understands the frustrations and hopes of the American people. And he's never forgotten the men and women in this country. Work with their hands to grow the food, to build our roads and bridges, to tend to our sick, teach our kids, and protect our lives and our property. I have to tell you, as we gather here today, we recognize it's a very challenging time in the life of men and women who wear the uniform of law enforcement here at home. Could we just take a moment to show the law enforcement officers who are present with us today how grateful we are for the way they and their families serve to protect our families every day. Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States, President Donald Trump, will support our law enforcement community at every level with the resources they need to do their job for our families and go home safe to theirs, and he will fight to restore law and order to every city and every community in this nation. I must tell you, as we think about law and order, Karen and I have a heavy heart as I come to this podium today. It was just a few short months ago in this very building where an extraordinary young woman named Sarah Ruger graduated from college. 21 years old, 4.0 GPA. You all know the story here at Council Bluffs. And America knows Sarah's story. It's extraordinary to think that she was killed by an illegal alien at a traffic light who had 3 times the blood alcohol content limit that was legal. And then because of the vagaries of our laws with regards to illegal immigrants and detainment, he was released on bond, $5,000, and is now a fugitive. Karen and I met with her parents, Scott, Michelle, and her brother, Scott, just a few minutes ago. And not as a governor, not as a candidate, but just as a dad. Let me say to Sarah's family, you are in our hearts this night. Thanks to the strong leadership of Senator Joni Ernst, Sarah's life and their loss will change lives because Donald Trump becomes President of the United States of America. Working with Senator Ernst, we will pass Sarah's law. And things aren't going to change anytime soon if the other party has their way. I mean, did you see that speech the other night that she gave at their national convention? I mean, I watched most of it. Very boring! To be honest with you, I had a hard time staying awake with her husband. Late. It was just as, I was saying, but it was the same old, huh? I mean, more borrowing, more spending, more taxes, more government regulation. I mean, Hillary Clinton's plans actually included $1.3 trillion in tax increases that experts say will cost our economy 300,000 jobs. She's calling for more than $3.5 trillion in more spending. She not only has no plan to reduce red tape on small business owners and family farms, she actually is looking to expand regulations in this country, expanding Obamacare and the war on coal. And just the other day, if you haven't heard about it yet here in Iowa, some of her team was actually out in California talking to environmental activists about doing something different than the renewable fuel standard. It's remarkable, with the weakest recovery since the Great Depression, with the lowest labor participation rate since the 1970s, with nearly 7 million more Americans living in poverty than 7.5 years ago, Hillary Clinton has the same old plans. So let me just say, first and foremost, as we gather here at Council Bluffs, for the sake of our prosperity, for the sake of our children and our children's children's future and opportunities, let's decide here and now that Hillary Clinton will never be elected president. They tell us this economy is the best that we can do. The American people know better. It's nowhere near the best that we can do. It's just the best they can do. And when Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, he's going to cut taxes, roll back red tape, repeal Obamacare, develop American energy, negotiate great trade deals, and unleash the boundless potential of the American economy and get this country working again. I was with Donald Trump earlier today in Detroit. He unveiled an economic platform that I want to recommend you go home tonight and look at. It was really extraordinary. Tax reform that includes simplifying our complex tax code, lowering income taxes on every American, making child care costs fully deductible in the tax code, limiting business income to a 15% tax of our businesses, and repealing death taxes once and for all. The Tax Foundation has predicted that Donald Trump's tax relief plan will create 5.3 million jobs. And he's also called for rolling back regulatory red tape, a regulatory moratorium on day one, reviewing all these different menacing acronyms, the EPA, OSHA, all this avalanche of red tape that's rolled out of Washington, D.C., and repealing Obamacare, lock, stock, and barrel. Renegotiating NAFTA so that it'll work for the American worker, withdrawing from TPP, labeling China a currency manipulator, and getting tough on trade deals so that work for America. And on energy reform, Donald Trump announced today an all-of-the-above energy strategy, where we end the war on coal, restart the Keystone Pipeline, and allow the American people. It's just the beginning. You're going to hear in the weeks ahead a plan for growth, the likes of which I don't think this country has really seen since maybe the days of 1980 and beyond. We're going to see the kind of policies that will unleash not the potential of the American government, but the potential of the American people. Donald Trump has a vision to do just that. The contrast, I have to tell you, with this administration is truly extraordinary. As I said before, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton's policies have weakened America's place in the world and stifled our nation's economy. You know, the president spoke just a few days ago about my running mate. He said at a press conference. He said Donald Trump was, quote, unfit to serve. He also said he was, quote, woefully unprepared to do this job. I got to tell you, I mean, Barack Obama really knows something about being woefully unprepared to be president. You know, the part that really bothered me the most was the part about judgment. He said that Donald Trump lacked the judgment to be president. You know, judgment. We can look at the judgment of this administration not in what they say, but in what they've done. And that's nowhere more true than looking at America's declining place in the world. You know, history teaches us that weakness arouses evil. And when you look at a wider Middle East that's been spinning out of control, Syria, Libya, the disintegrating borders of Iraq, the hard-fought gains of the American soldiers squandered in a reckless evacuation of our troops before the 2012 elections without a status of forces agreement. You you see what the judgment of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton has wrought. I mean, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama's foreign policy of leading from behind, moving red lines, feigning resets with Russia, and the rise, rule, and reign of ISIS are a testament to this truth of history. As is the news we all found out last week, that on the very day that 4 Americans were released from the mullahs in Iran, that this administration approved the delivery of $400 million in cash. But let me tell you, when Donald Trump is leader of the free world, we won't be paying ransom to terrorists. Hillary Clinton's record on foreign affairs, the side of Barack Obama, needs to be a centerpiece of this debate. The disastrous agreement with the radical mullahs in Iran that transferred over $150 billion to a regime for a so-called nuclear deal. It was just a few short days ago that the Ayatollah al-Khamenei actually referred to the relationship with the United States as one of, quote, deadly poison. And he distanced himself from the very nuclear deal that Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama celebrated. And probably most meaningful of all, to this father of a United States Marine. It was Hillary Clinton who left Americans in harm's way in Benghazi, and then after 4 Americans fell, said, quote, "What difference at this point does it make?" Said that, anyone who did that should be disqualified from ever serving as commander in chief. We cannot have 4 more years apologizing to our enemies and abandoning our friends. America needs to be strong for the world to be safe. Donald Trump will rebuild our military. Couldn't be more clear. It's really change versus the status quo, isn't it? America can elect someone who literally personifies the failed establishment in Washington, D.C., or we can choose a leader who will fight every day to make this country great. Yeah. You know, as I've traveled around Indiana, and now I'm traveling around the country, I've really come to the conclusion that there's one overarching feeling men and women in this country feel. I think the American people are tired of being told. We're tired of being told that this is as good as it gets. We're tired of being told by leaders in both political parties that they'll solve those problems tomorrow as they pile a mountain range of debt on our children and our grandchildren. And frankly, as Ronald Reagan used to say so eloquently, we're tired of being told that a little intellectual elite in a far distant capital can plan our lives better for us than we can plan them for ourselves. There's one other thing I want to mention to you, and that is as this election approaches, every American should know that while we're choosing a president for the next 4 years, that president will likely set the course for the Supreme Court of the United States of America. We all better think very carefully about what that means for our Constitution and the principles of limited government. Elect Hillary Clinton, you better get used to being subject to more unelected judges using unaccountable power to take unconstitutional actions. So let me say that. For the sake of the rule of law, for the sake of the sanctity of life, for the sake of our Second Amendment to the Constitution, for the sake of all of our God-given liberties enshrined in our founding documents, we must ensure that the next president making appointments to the Supreme Court of the United States of America is President Donald Trump. As I close, let me say, it's a very so many things that divide us. So few great purposes that unite us as they once did. You know, I come to Iowa, I feel right at home. For all the world that is. I was raised really with the front row seat to the American dream. My grandfather immigrated to this country. He got off the boat at Ellis Island and he came to Chicago, Illinois, drove a bus. For 40 years, he's the proudest man I ever knew. I was named after him. That Irishman's brogue still rings in my heart and in my ears. He loved this country. He came to this country because he cherished American ideals. And he cherished what united us in this nation. He saw his daughter marry a fast-talking salesman who took her down to a small town in southern Indiana, bought her a little house with a cornfield in the backyard, and that's where I and my 3 brothers and 2 sisters showed up. I watched my dad build a gas station business. My mom and dad built everything that matters. You know, family, business, and good name. But my mom and dad and my grandfather always raised us with a very simple principle, and that is, to whom much is given, much will be required. And that in this nation, we've all been given so much. We are the heirs of those who cleared this land. We're the heirs of people who fought and defended our freedom. We're the heirs of that great American promise that anybody can be anybody in this country. If you work hard, play by the rules, you can achieve your dreams in this nation. But I just think in this divided time, I think we would do well as we prepare to make this contest in the next 3 months. See if we can't speak to our neighbors and friends about the choice in this election. But let's also speak about the things that unite us and bring us together. The belief in freedom, the belief in those liberties enshrined in our Bill of Rights, and as has been true since this nation even began, the strong conviction among millions of our countrymen through all the generations that we are now and shall ever be one nation under God. came here tonight to carry a burden on your heart out. As you people are used to, every 4 years, Iowa is going to loom very large in choosing the leadership of this nation. And that'll be true again this fall. So I want to challenge each and every one of you. I hope you'll leave here today with a confident assurance that all the cable TV shows in the world, all the radio ads, all the television commercials and mail pieces that can come your way don't matter a hill of beans compared to you walking up to a neighbor and a friend who knows you, respects you, and saying, "Here's why Donald Trump." This is a movement that's been swimming upstream. I guess an avalanche of negative media, and that's not going to stop anytime soon. The American people are in charge of this country. Each one of us have taken upon ourselves to lay out this choice to our neighbors and friends, and do so in a way that respects them and believes in the boundless potential of this country. I believe we're going to achieve a great victory for the United States. Here's the choice. Here's the choice. If you want a president who will protect this nation, rebuild our military, confront radical Islamic terrorism, and rid the world of ISIS, who will restore law and order to this country and give law enforcement the resources and support they need. If you want a president who will cut taxes, grow our economy, squeeze every nickel out of that bloated federal bureaucracy, and repeal Obamacare. If you want a president who will build a wall strong and if you want a president who I promise you will upend the status quo in Washington, D.C. and uphold the Constitution of the United States. And ladies and gentlemen of Iowa, I tell you, you have but one choice. That man is ready. This team is ready. This movement is ready. And America is ready for us to elect.
All right, guys, that's the end of the Governor Pence rally. That wraps up our afternoon edition of News Now. We'll be back with you guys at about 6:30, 6:45, unless there's breaking news. We are going to take an hour break now, and we'll be back with you later this evening. Thanks for tuning in to News Now.
I'll have to use it right there.